We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod, the number 54, 20-minute late, because we were hoping to get SSJK dots among us. Maybe something came up, that's why it didn't came. Anyway, how are you, DC?
Average. Last couple of days have been nothing bad, nothing good. But yeah, everything seems to be okay. But yeah, today was rough day, but for the most part, things have been doing fine. I've been getting back into drawing at the very least, so that's some good things coming up.
I'm glad you're with us today, and I hope things will get better, and I hope this stream will help a little bit. Even if it's a little bit, it's enough. What about you, Cole? How are you today?
Could be better, but pretty good overall. It's just again annoying stuff I'm trying to deal with, and it's really bugging me. But hopefully it gets sorted out one day. But
I will say at that point one of my favorite sentence things usually get better. Usually, we hope for the best. Anyway, today we got a lot of topics, and maybe at some point we will have some guests showing up, depending if people wants to come. Anyway, I'd suggest we could start with Supergirl season one. It's a bit sad here because I unfortunately didn't have time to rewatch, but there's a big but to it. I quite remember very well the entire show. I've seen it back in December, January in that area, and that wasn't the first time. I've seen the show at least three times at minimum, maybe four. So I still quite know what were my thoughts last time I've seen it. So that discussion will be very interesting. Um, so yeah, um, I will let DC start on Supergirl first season. What did you thought of it?
I just think it was okay. Um, Back when I first watched it, I liked it, but over time, I just became to the realization that it wasn't as good as I remember, and it's not like one of the worst, but it has a lot of bad moments.
I'm with you, man. Just like you, the first time I had seen it, I was excited because at that point I had seen the first three seasons of Arrow. I had seen the first season of Flash, and that was at the same point season two of the Flash came out, and I was really hyped about the Flash. And at that point, I wasn't as critical as I am today, and I thought that was the enjoyable season. I still had a bunch of issues back in the day, but I thought season one on my first watch was enjoyable. But then reflecting and thinking back, each time I tried to rewatch the show, season one and two got worse and worse. Um, Season five and six, they were always kind of bad. Um,
of what
but
show?
Supergirl. We are in Supergirl
Mm-hmm.
right now. Season three and season four are the best two seasons. So be reassured, there's still a bit of light at the end of the tunnel somewhere in the middle. Season one and two are really rough. It's bad TV. Let's be honest. So, what did you think of the first season, Cole?
I hated it.
Why
There
am I
were
not
Uh-oh.
surprised?
look, there were people in the cast, including the lead, somewhat, uh, that truly do care about trying to, truly do care about like the type of IP they're getting to work on and try their best to, you know, do make it a good show. But it's you trying can only get you so far with when there's like when the other like 300 other people who work on this show, and with like all the writing and directing and visual effects and action, it's just fucking dog shit. Like I had such low expectations for this, and I was still shocked in how it was and how like again I know it's fucking CW, but god damn the
It
visual
wasn't.
effects.
It wasn't. It was
Wait,
CBS. The first season was CBS.
wow.
They canceled it at the end of the season,
Wait,
and
that it was CBS?
I think it was CBS.
Well, that's even more shocking because what the fuck? Like the visual effects. Now again, this is the case throughout the entire show, not just this one season. It's the case throughout the entire show, but still, the visual effects in this season, it literally looks. It like looks worse than like video game cutscenes from like 2002.
So I will give you a bit of history on Supergirl. Um, that was CBS at first for the first season, and it was very complicated for them to have Flash crossing over to Supergirl, and that was actually so surprising for everyone and the community itself that people believed it was fake. Nobody believed that Barry Allen would show up on another network, and they basically made things happen. And at the end of the first season, the network said, "Okay, it's a bad show. Let's cancel it." And CW was like, "Oh, but we want Supergirl in our Arrowverse," so they picked up the season for the second season. So from season 2 to 6, that was CW, but the first season, I think that was CBS. Not quite sure of the network, but I think that was CBS. And that this is also why we lose Cat Grant, because I think the show was shot in LA in season 1. I think it may be wrong on that. I think, but when they moved to the CW, they moved to Vancouver as well, which is also hilarious because she has her skirt, and that's really cold in Vancouver. You probably know it, right? So this is why later season she has pants, and it becomes strange. But yeah, that's a bit of history. Uh, the fun fact about that, it's still a Craig Berlanti production. So even if it's on another network, some of the people involved in Supergirl were also involved in other Arrowverse shows on CW. So yeah, that's a bit of history. Uh, it's just very funny. We also have Indigo by the end of the season. That was the Supergirl in Smallville. So an actress that played Supergirl in the past now plays a villain in the new Supergirl show. Well, new. It's no more new, but anyway. Um, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So yeah, that was CBS, man. It wasn't CW in the first season,
Well,
and
that's
it's
hilarious because it looks just as bad as CW. How can I tell the difference?
and the worst in that, it's actually the worst season of the show because the show gets better. It
Lord.
doesn't really fly high, but it gets better. Season three,
You know,
it's
is this how the downfall started though? Because I know with the Flash and like Arrow, they actually made decent seasons. Like the first couple of them, they were actually kind of quality in like 2013 and such. And now this is it's like 2015. They come out with the first season of this. Then it's sort of like they passed the torch. They decide to just do with like what CBS did with their garbage style for the rest of the shows. It's like were they inspired to just make trash like this first season? Is this what caused it?
I really don't know what caused it, but I think that was the success of Arrow and Flash. They were like, let's do Supergirl. And yeah, I'm telling you, Cole, the show gets better. Season 1 is the worst, but the peak of the show is not as good as Black Lightning. So the peak of the show is still higher than what we got, but it's not Arrow level. Even the best Supergirl has to offer is not as good as Black Lightning or Arrow. I'd say it's like the best Supergirl has to give was like on the level of probably like the worst the Flash, or I should say, the best Flash could do. But even Flash, when it did better. Um, I'd say Supergirl is like better than Batwoman for sure, because Batwoman is horrendous. But yeah, season one really terrible season. um, my issue, I remember having many issues. Like the aunt and the uncle are terrible villain. They are piss poor. Just like what you said, like some of the acting is really bad. Uh, the CGI usually I don't criticize that often, but I must admit that's not really good CGI. You know me, I'm not criticizing often CGI, but I must give it to you. I'm on board with you. CGI was really shit.
Yeah, it's like all the other CW ones. They at least somewhat try to somewhat of an extent. Like it's mainly like they have literally no money to work with because it's CW. This is like fucking like this looks worse than like the special effects in the Spawn movie.
I
And
remember seeing that movie.
like it's on that level.
Oh wow. Uh, Another issue would be the dialogue. Dialogue is shit. Some of the dialogue is just awful. And this is funny because I was thinking back about Jimmy Olsen and Jimmy like in Smallville and Jimmy in most Superman media and Jimmy in Supergirl. And I used to be a bigot because I was watching lots of stupid outright shit. But taking back, I have genuine issue with this Jimmy. Uh, like I used to just be like, oh, I don't like it because he's black, and I didn't realize it was like racist or anything. Uh, and it's racist. Like, don't hate a character because he's black. But now I have true issues with this Jimmy. Like, he doesn't feel like Jimmy. Like Jimmy, in my eyes, and always depicted in most media, he is a character. Um, so we got a chat, but I will just finish my point and then go over the chat. But yeah, I used to say Jimmy is the answer to the viewer. Like the viewer is Jimmy trying to become the friend of Superman, you know, and he is a nerd, he's a geek, he is someone that's not that special, you know, he's just that guy, that average guy. And in Supergirl, he's not like that. He's like that top model. Let's be honest. I like Woman, but I'm sure Woman also like Jimmy. You know, Jimmy is good looking. He's muscular. He's a model. Let's be honest. He's a model, and he doesn't really fit the geek aspect. And the tech guy is Win in Supergirl. It's not Jimmy, and Jimmy was always the tech guy. So yeah, that's just not my Jimmy. He just feels like, oh yeah, we need a top model. We need a appealing love interest for the main character. So we came up with a good looking, muscular Jimmy. Um, so yeah, that's why I don't think he fits the role of Jimmy. He's not a nerd. He's not a geek. He is just
Just shit.
good looking guy. You know.
Hmm.
You know what I mean, Cole?
Yeah, no, just shit. Yeah, again, really, there isn't like a single thing I really like about this show. There's only like a one. There's only a couple things that just keep the show from being like Gotham Knights and She-Hulk level, completely at least. Like the worst moments of it, and that's with this season, and that's just some of the cast members doing a good job, sort of, and trying. They're definitely not Genie though, definitely not him, but you know.
Oh my! I just read a comment. I don't know if it's a joke or if the person really asked that. Um,
Oh my god.
what do you think? Do you think it's troll or it's a genuine question? Uh,
I've seen him before on MSK's channel. He's one of those
okay,
people who's probably a troll, but
okay,
MSK never bothered banning.
okay. So I will just ignore him. From now on,
You can
we
just
ignore
hide
him.
him, you know.
Yeah, I will let him do his thing
Yeah,
anyway.
just let him do it, and then
Yeah,
afterwards you can just hide the
yeah.
replies. But anyway, continue.
But yeah, I think um I think it's not really a good Jimmy at all. It doesn't suit how Jimmy should be or act like Jimmy, especially with season 2 and upward. Because I won't spoil anything, but there's a character arc that feels weird. Oh, that's Jaded. Hi, Jaded. How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
Welcome to
move
the
on to
stream.
the Star Wars thing after this.
Oh,
Yeah.
whatever.
So we were recovering the Supergirl TV show. Have you seen that?
The what?
Supergirl TV show.
Like the old one that was canceled?
No,
The
no,
new,
it wasn't canceled. It ended
Or the new
officially.
one?
yeah,
2015
2015.
to
Oh, that one. Nah, no.
2021.
Yeah, we're covering season 1, and it was garbage.
So we finished talking season 1, and then
Yeah.
we'll move to the prequel talk about Star Wars, and we will
Yeah,
have
and the
gameplay
originals, you know.
of the original because you have
True.
seen the original, did you?
Yeah, I saw the original.
So we will have that Star Wars talk right after the Supergirl
Oh,
talk.
fine. Go ahead.
So yeah, that man, season 1 is atrocious. It's
Yeah,
painful. I still have a few questions for you. What did you think of Jimmy Cole?
garbage.
Are you on board? Do you get what I'm saying about Jimmy?
Yeah.
Do you think he fits Jimmy?
No. Yeah, I
No,
told.
he
Yeah.
doesn't.
Again, there are a few characters in this, a few actors and actresses who I do think they really try their hardest to salvage the season and care about this show. They really do, including the lead. And again, that's the best aspect of it. And not the best aspect. That's the only somewhat decent aspect of this. The rest, again, is garbage. And again, Jimmy is not one of those people out of the few that I'm talking about. Definitely not.
He did his best, but I don't think his material was any good. And we also had Lucy Lame. I call her Lucy Lame. I know because she's lame. She is a terrible character. She feel like the insert of one of the writer with that power fantasy to be in charge of the military and stuff. I really don't like Lucy. She's just there to add a wheel to a love triangle. We
Mm-hmm.
got like 3 freaking love triangle. And you know what's hilarious? The same girl that played Lucy Lane in this show played Lucy Lane in Superman and Lois second season. Did you realize it? Did you? I've seen it. Remember Lucy? We had Lucy for like 3 or 4 episodes in season 2 to add to that whole drama with the cult, with Ali Aston and Lois, the rift between Lois and her sister. Do you remember that from season 2 of Superman and Lois?
Yeah.
So it's the same actress. It's just
Oh, wow.
the same actress playing 2 different characters. One is well
Damn.
written, and the other one is piss poor. The one from Supergirl is obviously piss poor, and it's hilarious. It's the same actress, and she pulled her weight. I think she, in the few appearances she had in Superman and Lois, she had like what 4 episodes max, and she was much better than like the 10 episodes she had in Supergirl. And this
Mm-hmm.
boils down to writing. If you have good writer, like any actor can shine. You just need that good writing. Yeah, I mentioned the love triangle. That's shit. I
Yeah,
very
it's
hated
it's
that.
stupid. I'm trying to think. Okay, I mean, my worst three episodes would definitely be probably the pilot, episode 4, and I'll say episode probably 6. 6 actually had things I liked in it at first, and I was like, this could be a top 3 episode. There's things I really like about Red Face, but again, it did some of the worst stuff in the entire season. That yeah, it's bottom 3. And then of course there's another one that kind of dropped the ball. I believe was God, what which one was it again? It was right. It was episode 9 and episode 12. Those are two other ones where I feel like they had potential. Bizarro and Blood Bonds, but they did stupid stuff that I hate in these shows. And so yeah, but my three favorite out of all of them would I guess probably be I mean the three least shitty ones are World's Finest, uh Fallen, and I guess maybe God, what childish things maybe I don't know. I guess, or actually, or maybe Solitary. It wasn't. Sorry, I mean Solitude. It wasn't a good episode, but I just find it interesting the things it covers. That's all. It was done so bad, but yeah, and a lot of people would probably say Manhunter though as one of their favorites. And that's definitely
That's
up
funny
there.
because Manhunter had potential, but I thought there was a lot of issues with the script.
Same. I
Oh,
still think it's
oh.
up there, but it's still not top 3.
Hi, K Dot. Welcome to the stream. So right now we were talking about the Supergirl season one. We are almost done with that topic, and right after that we will dive deep into Star Wars.
Oh wait,
So
let
y-
me switch. Let me switch to my desktop real quick.
okay,
Oh, okay.
perfect.
Got it.
All right.
But yeah, anyway, I'm basically done. If you wanted to give Raiden a sure, unless there's anything else you have
Not
to
yet.
say.
Well, DC
Me-
didn't talk much first, and second, I
Yeah.
also have a few questions to you, Cole and DC.
Oh boy.
So DC, um, so what were your thoughts overall? What did you like? Is there anything to salvage from season one?
Mm, I like some of the villains that they used in the season, like Silver Banshee, Livewire. But at the same time, I feel like the way they written some of those characters was questionable. Other things, anything, other things I enjoyed. I like some of the banter between Kara and uh Win, which is like probably the only parts. If I was forced to watch a season one, I would just watch those scenes. Apart from a few. Um, apart from that, the rest, no. Any emotional scene with Carl was so hard to watch through. It was so hard for me. Um, some of the fight scenes were very questionable to say the least.
Terrible. Let's be
Yeah,
honest. Fight
yeah,
choreography was shit.
it was. I mean, there were a few fights where it was okay, but majority of them were bad.
Yeah.
Um,
I've seen
yeah,
I've seen people make like stick figure fights with Microsoft Paint that look better than this.
yeah.
So okay, cool. Now that we know Cole worst three and top three, what would be your worst three and your top three? And just before you answer that, I am wondering, K Dot, have you seen the Supergirl TV show at all?
Which show?
the show from 2015 to 2021 that started on CBS, got canceled, and went
Oh,
to
Supergirl.
CW. Yeah.
I've seen it here and there. I never got into the full thing. I don't plan
I
to.
mean, did you see season 1?
I seen bits and pieces. I don't have the full picture of it. I haven't seen all the episodes.
Okay, well,
I
what
don't.
was
I
your
don't.
thoughts off of what you saw of the quality?
I mean, for a TV show that's okay, for a TV show that's trying to use its budget, keep it low, it was okay from what I saw for the first season. I think the biggest issue, and I saw this in later seasons when the Martian Man characters like Martian Manhunter started showing up, you can see that they didn't have the money anymore to really make that character come to life. Like it was the show was okay if you don't drag it out. The show got dragged out too long and the quality just took it dead. It's just like the Flash season 1 to 3. Like those are really good seasons, but the problem is after season 3, they drag it out to what season 9, and then it falls apart and becomes a piece of shit show. I wish it didn't, but you know, they had something good and then they spoiled us too much with it.
That's funny because here we give as honest as we can be, really brutal takes sometimes. And here we cover lots of comic book TV stuff on top of movies like Star Wars. So we are right now into Supergirl first season. So DC, what would be your worst three and your top three episode in the first season?
All right, so my worst three would be Hostile Takeover, the finale Better Angels, and Livewire. For the ones I enjoyed, it'd be Bizarro, World's Finest, and Fight or Flight. Fight and Flight, Fight or Flight, Bizarro, and World's Finest are the episodes I enjoyed. The other three, Livewire, Hostile Takeover, and Better Angels, just no.
Feeling you, man. Feeling you. So
Yeah,
now here are
especially
my.
Yeah,
that one
it's
you
that.
mentioned. What was it? Yeah,
Yeah.
Live Wire. That is just so abysmal.
Oh, I I was
Even the
actually
Flash
pretty.
episode I thought was bad.
Yeah.
The dialogue is just eye rolling bad. Have you seen the Flash in Supergirl first season?
Oh, when they crossed over?
Yeah.
Honestly, there's a part of me that was like, man, this is probably the only good episode we're ever gonna get. Because just because they crossed over, and I noticed in that episode, it really started with the Flash. They really tried to do this like cartoonish anime like dialogue. Not to shit on anime. I like anime, but it felt like they were trying to be goofy like Power Rangers, serious like a regular TV show, and throw it all in one. And I get it. Also, comic book too. Some comic books have very goofy dialogue. They do. You know, you can read some of the older comics. Dialogue is very simple, but they just took it too far at times, and it became like, all right, it's getting too goofy. But that only happened if you notice when the Flash came into the picture. When it was Arrow, yeah, Oliver would crack jokes and stuff, but it didn't happen until the Flash came into the picture. But that's because he's a more upbeat character, positive in a way.
So you have seen Arrow, did you?
Yeah, I seen Arrow seasons 1, 2, 3 pretty much.
Oh, okay. So you haven't seen later seasons because three turned you away from the show.
Yeah, can't get too deep into the CW. Once you get, the only CW shows I seen all the way through is right now Superman and Lois and Stargirl. I've
Oh,
seen them all the way
okay.
through. Superman and Lois is still ongoing, but I stuck in with it because those are the only quality CW superhero shows that have came out that have been very consistently good.
We are talking now. We are talking. You see, Cole and I both covered already Superman and Lois all three seasons and Stargirl all three seasons. So later on we will get back to it because right now we are still on Supergirl, and after we
Yeah.
got Star Wars prequel talk. So, I have a question for you, Cole and DC. Starting with DC, what is your guess on my worst 3 episode in season 1 of Supergirl?
Well, I know one of them has to be Live Wire. I know that. The others, I'm thinking Better Angels. The other would be probably Red Face. Those are like my three choices.
You only got one right, and that's good because now I ask the same to Cole. What do you
Okay,
think
well,
is
yeah,
my
I'm gonna
worst
go
3?
with. I'm gonna go with one of them being Bizarro, just because I know you hate the love triangle, and that involves some stuff. And then I'll go with Red Face as well. So this is like 2 out of 3 that I think is bottom 3. That I think you might as well, because it involves some like investigative stuff that was done super poorly, and I know you hate that type of stuff. So I'm gonna guess that, and then I'm gonna guess Livewire because it wasn't my bottom 3, but that was like close. That was like 4-4, so that was abysmal.
That's very interesting. I like both of your takes. So, both of you hit the nail on red faced. So, my worst 3 are actually Human for a Day, because I hate it when main character lose their powers, even if it's because of red face, the robot that strip away her powers. Even whatever the reason, I hate it. So, Human for a Day is my least favorite
Mm,
episode in that season.
I'll be honest. I That's one I might have guessed and just like by looking at it, but I forgot what it was even about because it was so
That's the
unmemorable.
episode she lost her power, and I
Yeah,
remember
and
this
I
shit.
forgot what it was about because it was just that unmemorable.
Followed by Red Faced. I really dislike the investigation in that's poorly handled by bad writing. And my third worst is the pilot. I thought that was the awful
Oh
pilot.
shit!
I was rolling my
God.
eyes most of the time.
Okay, I should have guessed that because I know you hate awful pilots, and God, why didn't I say that one? Oh well. Like I
And
even said it was my bottom 3. Jesus Christ.
and that's why when you mentioned your bottom 3, I was laughing because I was like, "Oh, we have a lot in common this week."
Yeah, basically the only difference was
You meant for a
base.
day because you
Yeah,
forgot you meant for a day.
yeah. Even then it wouldn't be my bottom 3, but it would have been one that I probably would have figured out might be yours, but I just forgot what it was about. But I think my other bottom 3 was it? I forgot if it was Livewire or How Does She Do It? But yeah,
Oh
it was one
my,
of
that
those two.
title is cringe. I inducing rolling.
Yeah, it's just like
uh,
because I Livewire. It
That was a bad
was
one,
yeah,
but that's
that was
funny
really
because there's
bad. But
worse.
how does she do it though? Was just like was
And that's funny because
stupidity through the roof.
you mentioned how does she do it is like my fifth worst. Like the fourth worst, nobody will guess it, but that's Manhunter. I thought Manhunter was deeply flawed. As much as I like the backstory, the how they handle
Yeah,
stuff is just really piss poor. And that's the episode
yeah.
where Lucy Lame is in charge of the DOD. I was like, what?
I don't understand why people like the episode so much, but I mean, I guess a lot of people just ignore the flaws if it does some things cool.
Yeah. So yeah. Now I will let the both of you guess, starting with DC. Guess what's my top 3?
well, I know one of them has to be World's Finest.
Oh,
um,
you think so? That's very interesting. Okay.
okay, the fact you just said that, I kind of now don't think it is World's. Oh god. Um, let me.
What else in my top 3? DC? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm still. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just thinking.
I will let
Um,
you think. I will let Cole guess then. Cole, what do you think is my top 3?
Uh, I'll say strange visitors from another planet. For the girl who has everything and Fallen.
Oh, you see, uh, I like what you mentioned, and all I will say is Fallen could have been better.
Ah, I mean, my fourth choice would have been Hostile Takeover, but you know.
I really like the idea of Fallen, but I think it was poorly handled by stupid writers again.
I mean, yes, but that's the entire season. At least this did better things in the other episodes.
Yeah.
So, do you have any guess, DC, on my top three?
I was thinking childish things.
Oh, okay. Next up.
Yeah. The next one. Let's see. Hmm. Probably fight or flight.
Very interesting.
Yeah, those are like my three choices.
Okay, so my favorite is Myriad. And that's hilarious because I thought Myriad was a fluke because I barely had issues. I was shocked when I was rewatching Myriad back in December, I believe. I was like, "Oh shit, that's actually a good episode of Supergirl." I could barely point out issues. If I remember correctly, I maybe had one issue with the entire episode. So I was really shocked by the writing.
Because
And
it's so safe, though.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm fine with safety. If it's I don't care if it's safe or
But
not.
for me, sometimes, but for a show like this, when everything else is just garbage quality, the writing needs to do something better than safe.
Second place is for the girl who has everything. I really enjoyed that episode. That's I think one of the best episodes in the show, and that shocked me because that one I believe had like one or two issues, just like Myriad. So I really like that one. Uh, and the third one is Blood Bonds. I really like Blood Bonds. Uh,
Oh, really?
I probably had more issues than the other two because that's really lower in my list.
Hmm.
That list needs some update for sure, but that's
Damn.
based on my viewing in December. So even if it needs some updates,
Yeah,
I,
I'm
I
kind of surprised about that one because I mean, I do think it's one of the more higher up ones, like the least garbage ones. I do think it did some
yeah.
things well, but what the episode's about, I thought it would be like a premise that just annoys you.
Yeah. Um, Bizarro I is a honorable mention. I enjoyed it. Truth, Justice in the American Way was another honorable mention. So yeah, as I said earlier, that list I have right before my eyes needs some updating.
Mm-hmm.
I will eventually rewatch the show for video sake.
Come on. You don't need save your brain cells. Come on.
I lost so many with Gotham Knights. I mean, anyway,
Anyway,
now it's time for the grade because I think we covered
nice.
Supergirl in length.
Yes, and we
What
can
would be
finally
your
stop.
grade? What would be your grade out of 10, Cole?
uh, because of some of the cast members, they did salvage some of it, and there were a couple episodes in the show that had some good, like, not CGI or anything, but production design. So, because of those things, it's not like She Hulk level. So, I'll give it like a 1.5 instead of a 1. But yeah, it's still garbage.
Gave the same thing to Gotham Knight.
Yeah.
What about you, DC? What would be your grade out of 10?
5.5.
Oh, very interesting. So, my grade would be 4 out of 10. Every viewing, I gave the same score. That's the only thing that hasn't changed. Some of the episodes get worse. That's hilarious. Anyway, be reassured, Cole. Season 2 is still kind of awful, but season 3 is good. I liked every viewing of season 3, and I think the peak of the show is 4. Season 4 is like really good.
Really? Because
Yeah.
a lot of people apparently, okay, a lot of people online didn't really like season 4 and season 5.
And I will tell you this about 4. I understand about 5, but about 4, there's a lot of controversy because the villains are basically bigots. So that's why season
I
4
see.
is so much hated because people are
Hmm.
calling the show woke and shit. I could
Okay.
understand at some extent, but season 4 is still really strong and it reflects
Okay.
very
Well.
well.
Okay. I'll go into that with that. Knowing that. But what I will say is, I mean, the first half of season 4 looks terrible just from like what I've seen in clips before. But the second half of it, with what I've seen from clips, looks a hell of a lot better.
I think the entire 4th season is good. It's not perfect. It has
Mm.
issues.
Okay.
As I said, I'd say it's like on Flash season 1 level, and like I'd say it's not as good as
Okay.
Arrow best seasons, but
Okay.
it's good.
Well,
Season
I don't
4
know
is
if I'll
good.
like this type of any seasons as much in this type of show, but
Yeah.
listen, as long as it's like a 4 out of 10, that's good enough for like one of these shows because it at least means I find it watchable. It just means that I do think the quality is kind of shit, but at least means it's entertaining enough.
But season 5 is not that great. It's better
Yeah.
than 1
No.
and 2, but
Well,
5 and
and what
6.
about 6? Do you think it's more in between?
Uh, 6 is better than 5.
Yeah, so
Um,
it's like in between. It's like better than 5 and 1 and such.
yeah. Like the best season are 3 and 4, but season 5 and 6 don't go as low as 1 and 2.
Okay, I see.
So
Well,
like 5 and 6 are like right in the middle. 3 and 4 are on top, and 1 and 2 are in the bottom.
I see. Well, I
So
guess we can talk about Star Wars now. But
yeah,
yeah, I mean,
and I will message Chillmonger to let him know now we start
yeah,
the Star Wars talk.
yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if Jaded's here right now, but yeah, we'll be, if you can hear us, yeah, moving on to Star Wars now, I
Star
guess.
Wars talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
K-Dot said he'll be right back, but yeah, I mean, I guess Marvel, DC, yeah, well,
okay,
Marvel, DC, or Jada
Yeah.
can start like saying what
yeah.
they think of the original trilogy, and same thing with K-Dots, and then afterwards we will move on to the prequels and other
Oh,
films.
don't start with me.
Yeah.
Don't start with me. Have me be at the end.
So
Okay.
the original trilogy, what did you think of it? Let's start. What did you think of A New Hope? Did you like it?
You can go like
Jada?
Marvel first, I guess.
Oh! I still have not seen the original. I was able to watch the prequels because I was more focused on that.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. You didn't
Yeah.
see the
Yeah.
originals, right?
Sorry.
Oh, okay, so I guess Jaded is first, or Jaded, you have to go first.
Oh
You
well, there's only one trilogy, and it's the Star Wars trilogy. It's the first three
Hmm.
one. That's it. Everything else after that is superfluous and irrelevant and unnecessary.
Yeah. And you said you have like all those like original DVD sets of like the original cut of
Yeah,
it.
I have every version. The only version of the original Star Wars that I don't have was the Laserdisc version. That's about it. But every version of because eventually, what was it? George Lucas had to make the remastered versions with all the extra stupid special effects. I hated those, so I ended up getting the original set. So, like, I got like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versions of the original trilogy.
wow, that's
Wow.
nice. You collect them all like the Pokemons. Um, so A New Hope. What were your issues with A New Hope, if you had any?
Oh, the ending. The ending was really very.
Abrupt.
It tried to like the movie didn't because the movie wasn't essentially since the first movie wasn't meant to be a trilogy. It ended up becoming a trilogy. George Lucas had no idea how to end the movie. He had no idea how to end it. So all of a sudden, it's like we'll just have a ceremony, and it's like,
Yeah.
really? Why?
Yeah, and it was kind of like abrupt and almost it made you
Yeah,
think,
it was
they
a
already
prop, and it was
defeated the
just out of
bad.
nowhere. It was like, oh, okay. I mean, it was like okay, he had no idea how to end this. Now, again, if he had known it was, again, everybody talks about how because Luke and Leia kissed, that's the basis of why it was never meant to be a trilogy. And I go, no, just look at the ending. There's nothing from the beginning of the first movie to segue into the second movie. It just happens.
Well, I mean, in fairness, though, I mean, I think he always had the idea for like the other two films, but the issue was, again, at the time he didn't know if he was going to be able to, so he just treated it like making one film, and then after the success of it, then he was like, okay, now I can make the other two films. But because of that, then it left the first with all that stuff. So I mean, it was always a thing like that. It's just for its time, we couldn't have known, so he couldn't have taken the risks by calling it just like episode 1 or something, or sorry, part 1.
Well, again, that's why it was originally just called Star Wars. It wasn't called Star Wars: A New Hope until the second movie came out, and then it was like, oh, okay, so we're gonna title each movie separate.
Well, what's definitely bullshit though is people trying to say that the prequels were always planned. Now that's bullshit.
Oh hell no! Because he did that in the first. Because you can establish that even George Lucas established that he never had the prequels planned, because he did a first run of it. Like what he wrote was what he made. It's not like he had gone back and gotten notes and decided to work on it. It was like, no, this is what we're gonna do, and this is it.
Yeah, and it proves it. Like you, I remember when you like took out all your like DVDs and Euroshow, and how none of them, like up until the prequels, had any episode numbers on it.
Yeah, like
years.
Here, hold on.
Yeah, he's gonna go get it. This is why I wish he was on last week, so he could do this shit, because he has all this collector stuff. Like he's gonna pull out his big box of DVDs.
Like a quick example. This is the only Star Wars of the trilogy that was its own individual thing, and it just says Star Wars on it. It doesn't say Star Wars: A New Hope. It just says Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's interesting. I like that. What would be the thing you like the most in the first one? A new one. Okay.
Again, you have to go along the lines of the time in which it came out. You didn't have movies. You didn't have science fiction movies like this. This was out of the ordinary. Like right now, you look at if you go back and you go look at the original Star Wars, you're going, oh, okay, that was pretty good. But it would be the equivalent of watching, Jurassic Park when it first came out, or the first Avatar movie, because nobody did anything like that before. So what made Star Wars, why I liked Star Wars so much, was because it was brand new. Like everything that like, you have to remember, the last big sci-fi movie before Star Wars was Logan's Run in 2001. Those were your sci-fi movies. Logan's Run, 2001, and then all of a sudden you get Star Wars, and it's like, where the hell did that come? Like, where did this movie come from? Which is why it was such a major success.
Yeah,
because
like 2001 was the closest to it, and that's like a completely different genre of
like
sci-fi.
A completely different. But again, I even before that, if you're good, you can go back a little bit further. Your type of sci-fi movies were Fahrenheit 451, The Planet of the Apes. Those were your science fiction movies. You didn't have these big, fun, over-the-top special effects extravaganza type movies. That was basically what a popcorn movie was supposed to be. Like, remember, a few years earlier, you had the first blockbuster movie, which was Jaws. The term blockbuster movie didn't even exist yet. Like, you have to remember, this is a different time frame, a different era. So seeing all of these type of special effects, like if you had seen the fantasy movies, because they had a lot of stop motion photography, like Jason and the Argonauts and all those other like Sinbad movies. They had a lot of stop motion photography. Star Wars had something like that, but it was just basically all the models. It was sci-fi. Because again, even after Star Wars, you had the Black Hole, and you had so many other movies copying what Star Wars did. Because again, nobody did that before.
Yeah, I mean,
So
who would say was like your favorite characters in it?
My favorite character. The problem with Star Wars is my favorite character and the character I hate the most is the same person. Because I love Luke, but I also hate Luke.
Oh yeah, his performance was definitely rocky at the time, but as a character,
But as a character, I like this character, but I also hated his character because it's like I go, you can die, Luke. I don't give a shit. But at the same
like
time,
Mark Hamill, definitely a little amateur at the time.
At the same time, by the second movie, it's like because again, by the second movie, he finally got like the problem with Luke Skywalker's character is in the first movie, he's the eyes of the audience. He's meant to be the person that
the other ones he's a lot more of a character.
Pardon?
Yeah, I'm saying in this other two, he's a lot more of a character in the first.
Right,
He's
in
like
the other two, he finally gets into his own. In the first movie, Luke is there as the fish out of water so that we as the audience will learn as he's learning. And I understand the principle of it, but it was very, very basic. It was very,
would you call C-3PO also one of those type of characters in the first? Or
no, because they were more exposition dump. C-3PO and R2-D2 were more expedition dump.
You wouldn't consider him sort of like a tour guide of like the universe?
Well, yeah, they were expedition dumps. They were meant to be, explaining what's going on, what's happening, who the Empire is, what the planet is, where you're going. They were again in the first movie, everybody had a purpose. It wasn't until the second movie and on that they had characters, right?
So, K-Dot, you had seen A New Hope, did you?
I've seen all the films up until this point, even the worst ones.
And we will talk about some of some people worst soon. So, what did you think of A New Hope? What would be your issues if you had any issues with A New Hope?
I mean, it's not my favorite of the first three, but it's my second favorite. If I had any issues with it, honestly, I would just say Luke being like kind of whiny and stuff in the first half. Like, it's a line he always said. It just always made me laugh. No, it was Owen, but I don't want to go to Toshi Station and pick up the power converter.
Oh yeah, such a whiny little bitch.
But that was like
next year. I don't want to go. I want to do this. It's like, oh, shut up.
But that was just for me in the first half. I'd say in the second half he was fine in the first movie because he was still young. He was learning. He really didn't have a full grasp of what was going on. He was being lied to about his father being Vader. But other than that, I thought it was a good first movie. Great practical effects for the time. A lot of that stuff still holds up. Don't really like that they went back and did stuff like make Jabba CG. They changed the original version to a more modern version. But other than that, I think it's a solid movie for the most part. I really don't have that much dislikes with it. It's not a movie you would see me constantly rewatching, but I don't have that much dislikes with it.
That's very interesting. So, what would be the highlight, your favorite thing about A New Hope?
I say the highlight is the Death Star, is the siege on the Death Star. Well, the first Death Star that they destroyed.
Very interesting. So, now we are into Empire Strike Back because we got Jaded on as well. So, let's start off with you, K-Dot. Did you have any issues with Empire Strike Back?
Empire Strikes Back. honestly, Empire Strikes Back is not bad at all. It's just my third favorite of the three. I honestly just didn't. The best part of the movie is Luke breaking away from his training to go and battle Vader, because it was a very intense moment. Stakes kicked up, and then that reveal on top of that. For me, the rest of the movie, it was it was okay, right? A lot of people gassed it up. It's not bad. It's just I just think it's the it's okay of the three. But the best part of the film is also the Empire having the upper hand this time, compared to A New Hope, where our heroes, the usual cliche, they got the upper hand. They won the battle in the end. And in this film, the Empire got the upper hand and won.
Yeah, so why is it your third least favorite? What would be like your issues? How many issues?
I think honestly, it's not that Luke isn't in it as much as he should be, but I think that's my issue with it, because I think it should have really focused more on Luke. Leia and Han and Chewie, not saying they're bad characters, not saying you can't focus on them, but I think majority of that film should have went to Luke, because I think the first movie it made sense to balance out the screen time between Leia, Luke, Chewie, and Han. You want to really get people invest into these characters, but I think the second film should have focused more on Luke. Like, he should have had a majority of the screen time, in my opinion, doing stuff, his Jedi training, all that. It's not saying the movie's bad because of it, but it's just a personal thing, because the Return of the Jedi is my favorite of the three, and it gives Luke a lot to do.
Very interesting. I like that take. So, what about you, Jaded? Is there anything else you'd like to add about Empire?
I'm sorry, what was that?
We will let you talk about Empire now. Is there anything else you'd like to add, K-Dot, about Empire?
Oh no, I mean everybody has their own personal, opinions on stuff. I liked Empire because it was finally a full story. We were finally getting a story about the Empire and about the whole universe, and how, because again, the Emperor, because from the first movie, Darth Vader's position was, you had, I forget the general.
What, Palpatine?
Darth Gideon, not Darth Gideon.
Wait, what? Who did he talk about?
The general in the first movie.
He's talking about the white dude with the.
I thought you meant Palpatine. No.
No. In the first movie, you had the general, the one that ends up, confronting Leia.
That guy. My bad.
So he was Darth Vader was literally subservient to the general. So we really didn't know where Darth Vader's ranking on the hierarchy was. So by the second movie, we're going, okay, Darth Vader's now at the high. During the second movie, we're going, okay, so now Darth Vader's at the higher of the rate in the hierarchy. Then all of a sudden, we're introduced to the Emperor, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. You just changed the rules, and it was like there's even a higher up in the hierarchy than Darth Vader. So again, there's all this great lore building, universe building, story building, and again, just like the first movie, I hated the ending, because what did you mean there was the fact that there was that you had to watch the second movie to keep the story going? That pissed me off, because that just didn't again, back then, that didn't happen. You didn't have that. Each movie was its own beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah.
This ended, and it was like, what do you mean the movie's over? The movie's over? No. You still got shit to talk about. And I at the time, I was pissed at that. I mean, I understood it, but it was still, I
Yeah.
hated that.
I mean, that's like my one and only like kind of issue with it was that not because they did that, but because it didn't feel as fulfilling as like a kind of an end, like how they closed it off. It just felt just like the first, very abrupt. Honestly, just besides the third, the endings just felt very abrupt. Like it was just with poor pacing, in my opinion. There, but outside of that, I mean, yeah, I would say the second's definitely my favorite. I mean, it pretty much did everything the first and third did, but like 10 times better. And I enjoyed like the world building in like the beginning, middle, and climax of the second more than the first and third.
And again, you have to take into consideration nowadays that's standard. Back then, it was something that was new. It just didn't exist. It just didn't happen. So you have to take into consideration that it's also, because like I'm saying, right now it's common practice. Back then, it was the first of
exactly.
Like even the Superman movie, like even the Superman movies. Each Superman movie was its own individual story.
Yeah, pretty much. I will say though, that's why I kind of enjoy the Lord of the Rings franchise more. I mean, one, because I just personal reasons, but also because all three of the films in it have like a very fulfilling like closed ending. While in Star Wars, there's only like one that I really got out of that in the very end of it all. Not that they still aren't amazing films, though. Just the very end, I feel like they could have done a bit better in the first and second.
So, now I guess, except if you guys would like to add more to Empire, I guess we can talk about Return of the Jedi. Do you have anything else to add, Jaded?
Return of the Jedi is my least favorite one of all of them because I hated the Ewoks. I understood the point of the Ewoks, but I liked the Stormtroopers. And I loved the idea of the Stormtroopers from the first two movies. And the problem is that George Lucas was going, well, how do we have it that the Stormtroopers don't kill off the Ewoks in less than 10 minutes, considering they got AT-ATs, AT-ATs, they got the AT-AT walkers, they got like the Ewoks should have been killed off in less than 10 minutes, but the movie can't have that because you got to sell the toys. So George had to make the Stormtroopers out of nowhere suddenly become these inept morons, and it's been continued that way since then. And I hate this movie for it, because if it wasn't for the Ewoks, the Stormtroopers would have been considered a military elite force, and the stories would have reflected that, and it would have changed a lot of the stories that we have now involving the Stormtroopers would literally have been changed because they would have had to have been treated as one of the elite fighting forces, which is why the Empire was able to expand and dominate as well as it did.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think that's like every person's kind of big complaint with the film is that, they're like, the Ewoks were a mistake, but everything else, But, I mean, me personally, I do like what they attempted with the Ewoks in the films and a lot of the scenes.
Like I said, I understand the point of the Ewoks, but they should have been a secondary or tertiary character.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like again, I like all the things they did with it. Besides the one point where they made the Stormtroopers look like but outside of that one part, I did like the rest they did. It wasn't like still wasn't anything like amazing or anything like the first or second films did, but it was great enough. And, I was to the point where I was willing to mostly forgive that part. And then the beginning, like the first act and like last act of the film, then like outside the Ewok stuff, I think is like better than anything in the other Star Wars films, which makes up for it. But still isn't like better than Empire Strikes Back, the overall film, or the first. It's still the weakest for me.
So, K Dot, I'm curious to hear about why it's your favorite because different opinion matter a lot for me.
Well, I think it's my favorite. Yes, the amazing Ewoks, but no, it's my favorite because I think this is the movie. Obviously, it is, but this movie where Luke finally ballooned into becoming the man that he needed to be for this specific story. And Luke is was one of my favorite characters after we seen what happened with him in the sequel trilogy and stuff. But this right here really perfected Luke's character and made him someone interesting that you want to look at. He goes into this film and they pretty much started off with Obi-Wan telling him like, "Hey, you need to kill your father." And he's reading all these old Jedi textbooks and stuff, going back and doing training with Yoda. They're all pushing him to do this thing, and he's like, "No, I want to do something different. I want to do something that the Jedi Order, failed at doing." And he wanted to do something different that they typically wouldn't do, and that was give his father a chance. Not saying he deserved a chance, but he thought he should be given a chance, and it did work out. So yeah, I like it mainly because Luke as a character, as protagonist, really progressed and stepped up to the plate like he should. Because that's the thing with Empire and A New Hope for me, like, it's not that he doesn't progress, but this film, it feels like he really leveled up. But then there's a part of me that's like, okay, there's something missing. And I think what's missing, which I wish this movie shown, I think maybe this movie should have been a little bit longer, was his training that he was doing, because all his training happened off screen.
I agree with you 100%. Now, what makes me curious is your take on him talking down his father and his father just pushing the Emperor down the reactor. What were your thoughts on the final showdown?
The fight between him and Vader was emotional. It was, it was intense. What I didn't like, and this has to do with later Star Wars media coming out, is the situation with Sidious, because I'm like, so you're like the Emperor of the Sith, and you just get picked up and thrown down a freaking hole. That's it. You're shooting lightning out your hands. We've seen that he can pretty much still move like a young, saber wielder at the time, and it's like, what the heck? So looking back on that, that the way Sidious got defeated sucked, but as far as Luke and Vader, their little battle was very, very good. And I like the part of the battle where Vader just starts to like pick at his sister and talk about he's going to turn her to the dark side and stuff, and he's trying to get Luke to tap into that anger. And then the best thing about Luke in the fight is him throwing down his saber and deciding to stop the violence and take a more, I wouldn't say pacifist approach, but just to stop the violence and use his words, which I thought, something different you don't typically see. Like most movies, they're going to just beat the bad guy down until he is unconscious. Luke took the approach that most people in those type of films don't, which is a more peaceful approach. Now it didn't work, but he stood by what he believed on, and I appreciated that.
I really like your take on that, and I'm on board with you. And it's a great parallel between Revenge of the Sith and that one, because Revenge of the Sith ends on a big fight with Obi-Wan and Anakin. Well, there it's just people talking and wanting to end violence, as you said. Did you have any issues with Return of the Jedi?
I can agree with Jaded as far as the Ewok point. Now, a part of me is like, guerrilla warfare tactics. I mean, it's, there has been small forces that have defeated bigger forces before if you utilize.
Yeah, like Vietnam.
They were throwing rocks at the stormtroopers, and the stormtroopers were getting knocked out.
Come on, Vietnam tactics.
Jaded
was taking big logs and throwing them at ants.
No. They were using slingshots. They were using slingshots with little rocks hitting them in the head, and they were getting knocked out.
You know, that shit like reminded me.
Jaded, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, I can see how they could with the tactics they do, and they also had help from the rebels too. It's not that like they just defeated them by themselves. But I do agree.
Were a scattered group. They were overpowered by the Empire because it was a trap. The whole thing was a trap. You had squads of the stormtroopers. You had AT-AT walkers. They were outnumbered. They were done.
In my defense, they were. I mean, when you're caught off guard, it doesn't matter how many people you have.
They weren't caught off guard because it was a trap.
Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying. They weren't caught off guard. The rebels were caught off guard because they turn around and they look and they're going, "Oh my God, there's all these stormtroopers." The rebels were caught off guard, not the Empire.
Yeah. Honestly, it kind of like reminded me of that fight scene in The Last Airbender with the Earth Tribe.
Rebel tactics work when you have hit and run tactics going, but it was the end of the movie. They didn't have time to do that.
But still, they was pulling those tactics. Now this is where I will agree.
One of the Ewoks stole one of the what are they called?
The AT-ATs.
The speeders. And there's two guys chasing. I was like, shut up, movie, please.
This is where I'll agree and disagree with Jaded. Yes, this is kind of the downfall of the Stormtroopers' intelligence, but to be fair, in A New Hope, while at times they did seem very vicious and savage and stuff, when they burned down Luke's family farm and stuff, you had scenes like them in the when they're in the hallway and they're trying to free Leia and they go down to shoot, and it's like they totally just miss Leia.
They were told to let them escape. Darth Vader explains that.
But they were shooting at Leia.
Pardon?
They were shooting at Leia too.
Yes, they didn't want Leia dead because Leia was the leader of the rebel forces. If you kill her, she's the only one that of Leia.
Oh, well, what I'm saying is they were shooting at all of them.
Right, and they couldn't afford to hit any of them because if they killed them, then they wouldn't have been able to escape.
But why? But they were shooting at. If they're not supposed to, are you saying they were just trying to injure them, or
they were trying to pretend that they were making an escape, that it was their idea, even because Darth Vader explains that did you put the tracker on the Millennium Falcon like I asked you to? Yes. Oh, it was a setup. He wanted them to escape.
I don't know about the stormtroopers.
In the beginning, okay, look. In the first introduction of the Star Wars movie, when they enter Leia's ship, you have the rebels lined. They're literally what's the term? Not shoehorned.
Lined up.
They're lined up. It's a bottleneck. So when the stormtroopers come in, they are going to be dealing with a dozen rebels firing at them, right? When they come in, there should have been a lineup of dead bodies of stormtroopers. No, only maybe 3 or 4 stormtroopers fall, being bottlenecked, and it's the rebels who had the superior position, the superior firepower. They end up running. Why? Because they're dealing with the stormtroopers who are experienced with this type of tactic. The movie goes out of its way to establish that the stormtroopers are elite fighting force. The rebels, who have a superior position, are decimated and are running away, and the stormtroopers are coming in.
Yeah, well, you know what? The Ewoks are just better. They're that OP, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Ewoks.
Even Obi-Wan Kenobi goes, Look at the firing pattern. Only stormtroopers are that precise. So let me see if I get this straight. Stormtroopers who can't hit the side of a barn, Obi-Wan Kenobi goes, only stormtroopers are that precise in their firing abilities. You can't have both.
That's why I say, just based off what it, because look, yes, they're the main characters, and sometimes main characters.
You're talking to somebody who's seen the movie more times than you've seen the Chipmunks movies, okay?
Hey, those are amazing movies. But this
I'm not saying, just saying.
those like that whole they're precise. They can barely shoot.
Yes, now they can barely shoot because of the third
like movies with our main characters. I'm not saying they have to always get hit by bullets and hit by the laser bolts and stuff, but they can't shoot like that.
They're not supposed to hit them. They're supposed to let them go. The whole point was Darth Vader wanted them to escape. If Darth Vader had never established that he wanted them to escape, yes, I would agree with you. I would 100% agree with you. The problem was Darth Vader establishes he wanted them to escape. For the love of God, unlike the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show, they enter the bay, and there's the Millennium Falcon already set and ready to go. It's already set and ready to go. And nobody, of course they were expected to go, escape. Why wouldn't he have grounded the Millennium Falcon so that they can't escape? Well, no, because they wanted him to escape. They walk in, and within 5 seconds, sets it all up, and boom, they're gone and they can escape. Oh, yeah, because as soon as they escape, he couldn't have sent TIE fighters after them to chase them off. Of course he could have. He didn't want them to. It is so blatantly obvious that they were meant to escape. If they were meant to escape, you can't shoot them because it defeats the purpose.
But that's the thing. Look, I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is the way they were shooting at them does not give off the impression, oh, we don't want to hurt them. They were literally shooting. The way they shot at them.
They had no armor on. They had no armor on. At that time in the movies, we had no idea what a laser blast would do to a human target. They had no armor on. So if you shoot somebody, even in the leg, with a laser blast, we didn't know what happened. You have to understand that.
Keep them from walking.
Okay, it could, yes, and it could have stopped him from being able to escape. And then if he's on the ground, and then the stormtroopers are still firing and still missing, then they'd be going, well, wait a minute, whoa, how are they still missing me if I'm not even moving? You understand?
No, I get what I'm saying is the way they're. You remember the Hawkeye episode 6?
Okay.
Remember how Yelena, her motivation was to kill Hawkeye, right?
Okay.
Well, yeah, her motivation was to kill Hawkeye.
Right.
And then randomly, it turned into she wants to talk to Hawkeye before she kills Hawkeye, right?
Right.
Remember she had that dumb little speech and stuff. And
right.
Mind you, she wants to talk to him, but remember the part where Hawkeye's like going down the building and she directly shoots a bullet at his face and she wants to talk to him?
Right. First of all, how the hell did she even know he was there, and how the hell did she time it? Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
stupid in and of itself.
But that's what I'm saying. You see my point. It's like I get it. They're not trying to shoot them and kill them, but the way they shot it,
can't even injure them, because if they injure them, then it makes it even harder to pretend you're missing.
Good point. I think you closed the debate.
I don't know how else to explain it. They're meant to escape.
Yeah.
No, I know that. I know that. What I'm saying is the way they shoot at them does not convince that. I'm sorry.
How were they supposed to? Okay. What should they have done? What should they have done?
miss and not nearly shoot them. If their goal is to get away,
Whoa,
don't
whoa,
shoot
whoa,
them.
what? Say that again?
If their goal is to get away, don't shoot them. Don't
Then
shoot directly at them.
But then how will
shoot
they
around
know that they're that? But the idea is that they thought that. So then what? Don't shoot at them and then just let them leave on their own?
No, shoot at them. Shoot around them. Not saying shoot.
But
They
that's what
literally
they
was
did.
shooting. They was literally shooting at them to the point where okay, you could potentially kill them. It's just that
Okay, so wait a minute. So if they shot wide and off, that would have been better?
Yeah, it makes more sense. Jaded,
Okay. Wait a
remember
minute.
the scene when they're in the hallway in the corridor?
Okay.
They all were just shooting crazy. That's enough to scare somebody. Well, they were literally shooting at Leia, mind you. They want to capture Leia. And if one of them by mistake killed Leia, then that whole plan of we're gonna let them willingly escape falls apart.
Right. They can't afford
And they was
to kill
doing that.
Leia. They are such great shots that they can almost make them feel like they're under attack and still miss them.
Yeah.
That's how good a shot they are.
These are
They
the
can
same.
miss them by this much and not worry about actually hitting them. You're proving my point, K-Dot.
Jaded. These are the same. These are the same stormtroopers that got fooled by Han on some telecom.
They got what?
Remember when Han took their out? Remember when Han and Luke took their outfits?
Yeah.
Did those switcheroo and stuff? They hopped on the telecom. It was like, oh yeah, everything's fine. Blah blah blah.
Right. And then what happened?
Right,
You had to shoot the console, and they all started showing up.
Yeah.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
These stormtroopers are not as intelligent as you're making them out to be. They're not bad.
I'm not saying that they're intelligent. I am saying that they can shoot. I'm not saying that they're intelligent. I'm not saying that they're smart. I'm not saying that they're tactical. I'm not saying that they have any of that stuff. I'm saying that they can actually shoot. They are expert marksmen. They are the elite squad that allowed the Empire to take over the damn universe. It wouldn't have worked if they were lousy shots.
And I'm not saying they're not, but just like Cole said earlier with the Vietnam thing, they stepped into the Ewok. They stepped into the Ewok territory. That's why America pretty much got their asses kicked in Vietnam.
There is a difference between the Viet Cong and Ewoks. You are not comparing the Ewoks who are like, oh,
Okay,
I got a
guys,
I got a stick.
You guys aren't really going to
We're literally
get anywhere.
experts in guerrilla warfare.
Cole
We're
makes a great
comparing
point.
the Ewoks to the guerrilla warfare.
I would love to listen to this for like 12 hours.
Jaded only hates them because they're short, cute
But
animals,
it doesn't
man.
move along.
Jaded does not like short, cute things. That's the thing. If it's a
the
baby
Ewoks
or-
are
Okay,
king.
look, just because I hate that little green turd, Grogu.
The Ewoks are goats, all right?
No, they're
Okay,
not.
Jaded, I have a quick question.
Okay, guys, I like
Do you want to
that
burn
debate.
Groot?
That's why I let it go on and on, but there's no progress for like the
I know,
last.
hold on.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna like.
I
he's
agree.
not gonna loosen his point.
I'll stop. But Kata, what was your one question?
Would you give Baby Groot a hug or burn him?
I would punt him like a freaking football. I would punt that little sucker. I'd teach him how to use the fork real fast.
Well, it's confirmed. Jaded doesn't like cute things.
It
The
doesn't like
best scene in The Mandalorian was when the stormtrooper punches the bag with Grogu in it. Oh, that was my favorite scene.
He doesn't like the one sad dog movies, and that's been his.
Oh God, I hated that little turd.
Okay, so we are in closing thoughts of the original trilogy.
Yeah.
So, what would be your score out of 10, K-Dot, for each of the three movies?
A New Hope, I would give that a 7. Empire, like an 8, and Return, a 9.
7.
Okay. So
Oh, God.
me personally, I gave 8.5 to episode 4 and 5, and I gave 6.5 to Jedi's Return. Cole, what were your scores on these three?
It was a 9.5, a 10, and a 9. And again, like I knew some stuff, well, most of the stuff, obviously, like I'm Your Father, before watching the films or revisiting them because I did watch them before that when I was younger, but I didn't really understand them, because they're everywhere in pop culture. But I didn't actually prior know about too much in the third film, and with the ending, I didn't know prior that Vader actually, when I revisited it, like 6 years ago, that he actually, turned on the dark side at near the end, thanks to Luke. So that was a nice surprise there. At least I can picture myself in the audience in the '80s, I guess. But yeah.
Oh, and if you wanted a quick wrap up discussion, don't bring up the original Star Wars with me. Then that was your first mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if this was like a 12-hour stream just arguing with that stuff, that would be perfect. But Jade is he's not gonna move his point. He's sticking to it. So there's no point for Kadons to keep doing
So,
it.
just as a reminder, what was your favorite, Jaded, and what's the ranking basically of the original?
Okay. I don't really do rankings, but as for the Star Wars movies, I don't really have a favorite one because for me, it's all one movie. It's all one story. So it's like again, like the Lord of the Rings. It would be like saying which one of those movies did you like the best? But it's like you can't because it's all one story. So I really don't have a favorite Star Wars movie. I just love the original trilogy. That's
I see. I mean, I do think that there are ones, in a trilogy like that you can point out as what you think is
yeah,
the
there are
best
certain things that you might like the best, like with even with the Hobbit movie, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. The second one is a lot of people's favorite.
The only one I really liked, was the one with Smaug because I loved what they did with Smaug.
So no, the second was the only very good one, and then I would say with Lord of the Rings, favorite would probably be the first, just because I think the way it was shot was. I liked it the most, and then everything else was just as masterful as the others, but it was better in that area, so I crown it as the best, but that's just me.
But for me, there is no best of the trilogy because they're all one story for me.
I see.
Okay. So what about you, Marvel? Did you have seen any of the original?
I don't think he said he did.
Yeah, I have not. I've seen the prequels.
Okay.
Well, because if you guys, hold on, Marvel, did you like the prequels or the sequels?
I mean, the only one I watched, the only sequel I've seen was The Force Awakens, but I didn't.
So you really haven't seen any of the Star Wars movies?
No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah.
Not the biggest Star Wars fan over here, but yeah, more of a DC Marvel guy, as my name suggests. But yeah.
So really, because I pictured you a DC fanboy.
So I guess I'm more of a DC fanboy.
So I guess now we can move on to the prequel talk.
Well, I mean, did you want to just get the Ewok film out of the way first, since we brought them up earlier?
You know what? Okay, let's
yeah, because I doubt many people have even. I might have even been the only one who saw it.
I didn't see the Ewok movie.
Yeah, it's shit. It's laughable, but you know what? The scene where that kid throws the keys down the hole, that was hilarious. And you know what though? This film did something better than that fucking Snow White film is doing right now, right? They actually hired little people for roles, all right? And Warwick Davis, who then did Willow.
Were also kids. They weren't all just little people. A lot of them were kids.
But they did that too. They cast Warwick Davis in one of the roles in both of the films, and then did Willow after that, all right? So the fucking Ewok films did a better job than what the fucking Snow White film is doing right now. Really, having dwarves is too, it's too problematic nowadays. It's okay.
On that Snow White one, because I'm going to destroy you on that. So
Why?
I'm already going to make a video destroying all the people bitching about that.
Well, why? Just make them regular little people with
No,
jobs.
that's not the problem. That's not the problem. But I'm gonna derail the stream. So
Okay, I see. But anyway, you could have gave little people trying to break out in Hollywood roles.
Yeah. It was called Over the Rainbow, and nobody watched the movie, and it was all about little people. And Time Bandits did it, and Time Bandits did it, and had to become a cult classic because nobody cared. Nobody gives a rat's ass about little people.
I mean that's true with a lot, but still, I watched them.
The only people who liked Willow, okay, were the people now pretending that they saw it in the first place, going, "Oh yeah, I loved Willow." Shut up! You didn't even see the movie. I was there when it came out. It almost bombed. Nobody liked the movie, so shut up.
No, I mean, okay. I saw it when I was younger and enjoyed it. But I will say though, after I saw it when I was a kid, I forgot about it because it's so similar to Lord of the Rings. I thought it was just some fever dream, and then I found it again when I was 16. I was oh yeah, that exists.
The only good movie that involved little people was a movie called Freaks, and I'm thinking only Cole knows.
Yes.
Cole is the only one here who knows what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, that and God, they've cut so much away from it because it shocked audiences so much.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the only good movie that had little people in it.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but however, with it being 2023 now, maybe that would change. I mean, not that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
a lot of people. A lot of people are definitely.
It's not the progressive route Disney's trying to go because they're depriving people of jobs when they want to be inclusive.
Yeah, whatever. A lot of people are faking with Karen, but anyway, let's not get into it. The Ewok film, has literally anybody else seen it? That's all.
I think
I saw the trailer, and that's about it.
Yeah, and it was shit, right?
I think Cole and I are the only two that has seen it.
Yeah, say how laughable it was, Multi.
Why?
Because we like torture.
Yeah. We saw the first, and it was so embarrassing. The only good part of it was laughing at it and the narrator who did it, and then the second one. It was actually somehow slightly better, but it was also still laughable and terrible.
As I am reading the notes, the movie gets worse.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Star Wars Christmas special was of more value than that.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Jaded. As someone that has
God.
both, I agree with you.
Yes, he gave it a 5 point. He gave it a 5.5. Some of the films he've given it a higher rating over. He gave it a higher rating than the Banshees of Inisherin.
Okay.
And Citizen Kane, I believe.
Yeah, no, Citizen
Honestly,
Kane,
I think you guys
I
been
gave
kind
it
of harsh.
a 7.
Citizen Kane is so overrated, please.
I gave it a 7, Cole. If that was only my opinion, I would have given it a 4, but that's also critical, so I gave it a 7.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It was the Evil Dead film.
Oh yeah, Evil Dead Rises.
Oh, Evil Dead.
And the first, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You remember that streams? He was laughing hard.
Yeah, they didn't like the Evil Dead franchise, sadly, Jaded.
Yeah.
One of the most unappreciated trilogies ever. The Evil Dead trilogy is one of the best trilogies ever.
The 2013 one was the best movie.
Nah.
Oh man,
the second original was.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we go on very shortly about
you just say over your notes, basically. That's all.
Well, pacing was shit. I like to explain why it's shit. Pacing was bad. People can't aim. Humor doesn't land. It wasn't funny. Are they blind? They didn't see the skippies until they were far away. Can't aim again. You know me, I usually don't criticize the CGI, but this one, I can't forgive it.
Yeah, it's made for TV, just like the other.
Plot convenience for the dragon to meet them. There was a musical part that destroyed my brain.
Yeah, is it as bad as the Xbox Connect Star Wars dance game?
That was a shit couple of villains. The creature not finding it weird, a creature with a hood show up in their lair. They can't aim again. They can't aim again. This movie made me lose brain cell in airs. I grew 10 years older after watching it.
Yeah, see ya, K-Dots. If you have time to come on to the next stream, you can then discuss the prequels and sequels there, if you have time. Yeah, well, again, every Tuesday, starting at 5:30 Eastern time, every time.
Yeah, I have a good one, K-Dot. Is there anything else you'd like to plug or share? What is going on your channel?
Nothing. Well, might do a Barbie and Oppenheimer review for the same day, so expect that possibly Saturday. But yeah, nothing much. All I'll say is this: freak you to the people who made Obi-Wan Kenobi. You butchered more Star Wars lore.
Anyway,
we'll be watching that.
Well, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Mandalorian, and Boba Fett.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything after the original. Let's just say that. I mean, I did actually kind of like Andor though, but
So, what would be your grade out of 10, Cole?
Well, the first one I gave like a 1.5, so I'll give this one like a 2.
Oh, that's generous.
Yeah, I do think it was better than the first.
I gave that one a 3 out of 10. So this means this movie was better than Wakanda Forever.
Yeah, he hated Wakanda Forever. He gave it like a 2.5.
The worst of that, I went in the minus. Keep that in mind.
And then you had to
I went in
change
the
it
minus.
because of
I
that.
needed to be generous to give points
Yeah,
back.
there's only like one, even though one in the minus, there's only like one other film I think you've given a worse rating to ever, and I can't remember what it was. I don't know if it was Cocaine Bear. I think that might have been like
Bear,
a 3.
yeah, Cocaine Bear. That's the second movie I went in the minus.
Yeah, I think you might give him that like a 2 or a 3.
I gave 2.5, so slightly better.
Slightly better than Wakanda Forever.
Yeah.
God, then what was the one that was worse? Because I know there was one worse one we did.
The only one that come across my mind would be Evil Dead Rise, but even there, I'm not quite sure. I think it was still higher than Wakanda Forever.
Oh my god!
I think really nothing beats Wakanda Forever. How bad Wakanda Forever is.
Yeah, I don't know. It could have been like Alien versus Predator Requiem for all I know.
I'm sure it was better. I don't remember going in the minus with Week.
Yeah, I'm sure Jaded's very happy hearing all this because he hated it. About Wakanda Forever being worse than shit like Troll 2, Alien versus Predator, Requiem, Cocaine Bear.
There were some redeeming aspects to Wakanda Forever. It's just that a lot of people had issues with the recasting thing. So any of the redeeming things of the movie was irrelevant because all everybody cared about was, oh my god, it wasn't a male. Again, not that I'm defending it. I hated Shuri as Black Panther, but
garbage actress.
It wasn't garbage. I mean, you're talking about other movies that there have been other MCU movies that were just as bad, if not worse. I mean, nothing is going to. You're going to have to go out of your way to beat Thor Ragnarok and Thor Love and Thunder. And I'm sorry, Wakanda Forever does not go that bad.
Well, that and also Eternals.
Jaded, that's funny because I haven't seen Love and Thunder yet, but eventually we will cover the entire MCU, so I will suffer through it. But Wakanda Forever was shit.
As long as Thor Love and Thunder and Thor Ragnarok exist, believe me, you have to really, really go out of your way.
And don't forget Eternals. Add that.
No, Eternals was just slow and boring. That was the difference.
I know it was ugly and a mess.
It was a mess, but its main sin was that it didn't really have a story. It was just where the whole point of the Eternals was the only reason we're making this movie is to introduce the Celestials. That's it. Well, what kind of a story do we have? I don't know. Let's just do stuff.
You know, I
That
think
was the
just it
problem
failed
with
at
Eternal.
everything. I think it just failed at like every story, acting,
Oh
character.
no, the Indian guy was good. I thought the Indian guy was good, and his assistant.
He was somewhat good, and I did.
Again, in comparison, again, not he wasn't a good actor or a good character in general, but I'm saying in comparison to what was there, he shone. He shone.
Yeah, like no, there were some like good actors in it who like tried their hardest. Like actually, half of the cast I actually kind of enjoyed. Like I liked the one kid, Irish kid. You know, I liked kind of the deaf girl. I liked the Korean guy. I liked the what was
I mean, Gilgamesh was fine. He was underutilized.
and then I liked the what was it again? The I liked I don't know, the guy who was like gay, who was kind of all right. I liked the is whatever his name is, powers were at least kind of cool. So, and then there was enough annoying characters, but yeah.
Like I said, the movie had interesting characters, but the point of the movie wasn't about the characters. The point of the movie was the Celestials.
Yeah, well, no. That for me, it's the opposite. I think like half of the actors is what made them. The characters I thought were just done shit, but the actor, but the actors themselves made them entertaining.
Well, the actors were fine.
There's only like one character they did kind of right, and that was like the one like character with the speed, because the speed action scenes were done kind of well. I like that, but that's about it. Like for example, like the kind of Irish kid. No, his character was dog shit. However, the actor was so good that. So for me, it's the opposite. But anyway, let's not get into Eternal talk because that's so long. But yeah, but yeah. I mean, I didn't think Wakanda Forever was garbage, but yeah, it's just like so painfully mediocre.
Oh yeah, it is just. But again, that's standard MCU fare. It's just
pretty much
mediocre.
Yeah, I'm just glad it didn't make $1 billion, but yeah.
Me too. It didn't deserve that billion or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it broke even at least, but yeah, it
didn't even deserve to break even.
Yeah, with how much they put into it, though, like they were stupid to put in that much into it, just like BVS. But with how much they put into it, it had to make like at least 1.1 billion to like be an success.
That's the thing. I don't blame the movies for that. I blame the studio because
I know
you don't need to have a $300 million movie and have a $300 million advertising thing. It's like first of all,
$100 million theater fee.
Right. I mean, it's like dude, it's a Marvel movie. There was a point, like I'd say during Phase 3, where it was like, just announce it's a Marvel movie. People are gonna go see it. That's all you need.
Yeah, like you don't need this much.
You could cut. They could have cut their advertising budget by 2/3, and it wouldn't have made a difference to the box office.
Yeah, especially with T'Challa not being. But again, like you look at stuff like Shazam and Oppenheimer, the budgets are like 75 million. You don't need to make 250 mil or 200 mil every time.
You don't need to make $300 million movies.
Yes, like if Shazam could be made for 70 million, you don't need to do it.
Here's because again, I don't like RDJ. So here's a good example. Get rid of RDJ, and that would have helped cut your budget. Because God knows he wanted like what, $70 million a film all of a sudden. It's like,
well, he needed his cocaine, right?
Prequels.
Yeah, you didn't need RDJ that much.
Anyway, let's go to the prequels, I guess.
So, what do you remember about the prequels, Jaded?
I remember the first one, and I remember going, I waited 17 years for this shit.
Yeah. So we got that kid who, and again, what's surprising about this is Mike brought this up, but like the sequels, dog shit, even worse than the prequels, and somehow destroyed it even more. But they were made by people like fucking J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson, but this was made by George Lucas, so that's the surprising thing about it. This was made by the guy who did the originals.
It wasn't a surprise, because when it came to the first 3 movies, he didn't have, well, mostly the first 2, but a little bit with the third, is that he didn't have directorial control. In other words, he had higher ups going, no, George, that's not a good idea, because he wanted to do things with Han Solo.
Okay.
You had, when it came to the original trilogies, you had somebody reigning in George Lucas.
Yeah.
With the prequels, you had nobody reigning in George Lucas.
Yeah, it was sort of like the Hobbit movies where Peter Jackson, had some higher ups around him and was kind of just like a fluke. And then with the Hobbit, they gave him free reign.
They gave him free reign, and it was like,
that's what kind of like not what I meant. What I more mean is that, I do know that with the originals, and I also know, even with the originals for the time, that it was still like not straightforward. It was still a bit of a mess in areas. So it was obviously just more revolutionary than him being like a genius. So, but still, with what he did still at the time, I would have expected at least not like fucking terrible films to this level. But good lord, the third I thought was kind of okay, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, and again, if you don't know the story, multi-topic, the young kid who played, Anakin in the first film, his life got ruined after this. Like he got bullied
because
and
people
everything.
hated him.
Yes, it was not right.
They were literally giving him death threats on how he ruined the character. It's like, dude, he didn't write the damn script, you morons. He's reading the freaking lines.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? He was in a Star Wars film. What are you going to do with your fucking lives? Like, Jesus Christ. And his life got ruined over it. And, what got into, like, car chases with the police. And his life turned into a wreck as an adult now. It's just sad.
I think he got depression as well.
Yeah, and now he basically just kind of goes to like the odd like fan convention just for some money, but it really like ruined his life, and it's sad. Like, fuck, and they did not protect him at all because it's Hollywood. They didn't care about him. But yeah, it's just a mess. Jar Jar Binks, fucking hell. I at least kind of like Ewan McGregor. Was that who played him?
Ewan McGregor is a great example of people doing fan casting. That just because you look the part doesn't mean you should get the part.
Well, in comparison to the rest of the film,
Ewan McGregor's performance was beyond phoned in. It was like, wake me up. Oh, it's my line now? Oh, okay. Here's my line. And then it's like,
it's kind of true. Like, even when I saw it when I was like 11, like it's like it was just so basic. It's just like, yeah, I trust him. It's like, fuck.
Because I know Ewan McGregor is a better actor than that. That's why I'm saying
it. But in comparison to like the rest of the film, though, Jaded, I still think it was like one of the better parts, which is sad.
Right. The thing is that I knew that Ewan McGregor was better than that, and he was just dialing it in. He really was.
Just fucking Jar Jar Binks. Like, again, they were originally going to have him. They were originally going to have this fucking Jar Jar Binks character, like, be that he was like playing stupid all along, and then the third film, him being like a Jedi or Darth fucking Jar Jar. Apparently, that's a rumor, at least, and that's what a lot of people think. Because when you look in like the first film and such, it's like he follows and stuff in such ways where it's almost like he's purposely doing it, like he's acting. So that's and George Lucas kind of did it to kind of admitted it to an extent, whether it's true or he's just pleasing fans. But also the actor who voiced Jar Jar Binks got fucking death threats and everything, but the actor himself recently returned now, like decades later, in The Mandalorian as like a Jedi, but playing himself, which is nice. So that's a cool story. Redeemed himself there. But we'll watch the shows when we get to them. But fucking hell, this film though, Jesus Christ. I'm they did stuff for kids in the original. You didn't need to fucking go to like this baby extent. Now here's the thing. That there is like aspects to this I don't mind. Like there's some of it is nostalgia. I do like some of the attempts in some areas personally, but good God, when I rewatched it though, like some of the people like try to defend this film too much by saying, yeah, it's not good, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's more like below average. I used to think that no, it is just bad. Like when some of the things people praise, like the race and stuff, it's like when I saw it when I was younger, yeah, I liked the stuff like the race and stuff, but rewatching it, no, the choreography and everything, it's just horribly done in the editing, and it's like the kid's not even like attempting to like act at all during the race, like like when his car's breaking down and he's trying to repair it. It's like I don't mind the pod racing and the attempt, but no, there's like no choreography to it, no good editing. It's like no, it's just like rewatching it, it's done terribly. So no, I can't call it like good. And it's like people try to, and it's like you need to rewatch it. Either that, or you have like nostalgia goggles on when you saw it as a kid, so it was better in your mind when you watched it as a fucking kid. Like, and yeah, like the climax is the best thing about it, with the fight scene with that one guy, and then dying, and then saying he'll train him. That's the best part of the whole film. That's it. That like you should just watch those 10 minutes and then stop.
I am probably the only person in North America who walked out of that damn movie.
Possibly.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we got cold thoughts.
I don't even know how it ends.
Oh yeah, again, it's the one guy in the red with like the double thing. He stabs the one guy who was along with Ewan McGregor, and he dies when when he wanted to train him, and when they said no to the kid because they saw some like evilness in him, and then after that, then Ewan McGregor was like, "I'll train you, I won't let him down." So that's how it ended. That's how it ended.
I hated Qui-Gon Jinn. I hated what they did with Yoda. It was a totally different character. The Jedi Council, like where the hell did this Jedi Council come from?
We really needed that, the Jedi Council. Thank you.
It was just and I'm going, this is supposed, like, the great thing about Darth Vader is we didn't know anything about him. We just knew that he was power hungry and that he had this power. You didn't have to give the origin of Darth Vader, and
it's sort of
not only did they give an origin of Darth Vader, they gave such a crappy origin of Darth Vader. I'm going, this is the guy that grows up to be Darth Vader? Mm-hmm. Something better happened in the second and third movie to make him be an actual badass, because I'm not getting it from this movie. And then we end up getting the second and third movie, and we get this whiny little bitch.
And he's banned from Vancouver, by the way. We don't allow him back. The actor in this, the actor, it's a joke, but he should be with what he fucked that actor in the second and third, and then he returned into fucking Obi-Wan show as fucking Vader. Like, God hating Christensen, you fucking suck. You should be banned from Vancouver. Good lord. But anyway, fucking first is just complete mess. Jar Jar Binks, fucking hell. Music, I don't know, was just whatever.
So Marvel, what did you think of Phantom Menace, the first Star Wars movie?
I thought it was good. It had its flaws.
Because it's the only ones you've seen.
I mean, I
you didn't see the originals.
Yeah, you see that actually happened to me because I didn't. I saw the originals when I was so younger. I don't remember them.
So Marvel, all you saw were all three sequels?
I've only watched Attack of the Clones, The Phantom Menace, and The Force Awakens. Those are like the three only Star Wars movies.
Okay. I just wanted to get an idea of what it was. Okay.
Yeah. But, that actually can make it better, though. Not to interrupt you, Marvel, but because, I watched the originals, the three ones, so young that I didn't really remember anything about them. But then I saw The Phantom Menace in theaters, and so because of that, that was then, the only one for a little while that I remembered. So because of that, I liked it more because of that, because I had nothing to compare to, and because I was younger, and because I had that nostalgia for it then because of it. So it can actually make it better, if you didn't see the originals yet,
And Jaded, keep in mind, Marvel is the youngest here, so he has a different opinion because he has the different understanding.
Yeah, like he enjoyed the Gotham. He enjoyed like the Gotham Knight show.
No. Hold on, Marvel. You can like whatever you want to like. I'm not going to say that you're not allowed to.
Yeah, that's why I like having Marvel, because he has different opinion. So,
Yeah.
what did you like? Why did you think it was good? I really enjoyed that take, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's just because I enjoyed the overall story, and I kind of like where they progressed Anakin's character. Um, but yeah, what happened to George Floyd? No, Jake Floyd. Oh my God, Jake Floyd. Sorry. Hope this doesn't make the channel demonetized, but yeah, Jake Floyd. What happened after the movie is unforgivable. Yeah, that shit is unforgivable. Um, I also enjoy how they go out to the other planets and we actually spend time. We learn more about the other alien races and it makes the universe very unique. But yeah. Qui Gon Jinn and his relationship with Obi Wan, I saw was by far the best part, and Qui Gon was by far my favorite character. As for the counseling meetings, I think I might be the only one who say that they were enjoyable. Were they the most exciting scenes? No, but I mean, I kind of expected that. Um, Other things I like, Darth Maul. I kind of like that he didn't have many
Oh
lines. I know a lot
yes,
of people. Yeah,
yes.
I could almost.
I
Yeah,
will
I
give
almost.
Darth Maul.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I
what you
thought he
should
was the
watch
best
the
part.
film for.
Yeah, yeah, and I kind of like that he didn't have a lot of lines. It kind of built up a bit of a mystery around him, kind of like Drago in Rocky Four. He didn't have that many lines in Rocky Four, and I
Mhm.
still think it worked there, it worked here. But yeah, as for things I didn't like, I the one thing about Anakin's character that I really did not like is his relationship with Padme at first because it almost like the thing is you would expect to be more like a mother son relationship at the very
Oh,
least,
I see. Okay, like an older
but
sister or something.
yeah, like that or mother son relationship. But the way they were kind of acting kind of made me wonder were they dating because this is something you would often see with relationship stuff and it kind of was a little weird for me. Maybe that's just me, but one thing I really didn't like. Other things I didn't like, I think the CGI and the special effects, I kind of knew they were dated, but I mean, 1999 is not that long ago, and I still say, even films around that time, like Batman and Robin, had better CGI than The Phantom Menace. And yes, for the record, yes, I like Batman and Robin. Don't judge me. Um, Other things I did not like. Um, hmm, I kind of didn't like that we just didn't learn more about Qui Gon. I kind of wish we learned a little bit more about him because he was by far the most interesting character. But I think that's it when it comes to negatives for the most part. I thought it was a decent movie. Yeah.
So I will say this, because I couldn't remember his name. I called Qui Gon the entire time. Liam Neeson, the entire
Liam
time.
Neeson, that's the actor, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's
I
all I
forgot.
called him the entire time.
Yeah, I forgot his name, but yeah. Also, I will just say, in the first film, I didn't mind the council of Marvel. I made that comment because it's then the second film, what they do with it that I hate. But the first
Oh
film,
yeah, the second film.
yeah, the first film I don't mind. It worked, but yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Attack of the Clones. God.
I
is
mean,
there?
going with Marvel said with Darth Maul, my favorite scene in that movie is there's that fight that Darth Maul is fighting them, and then there's that barrier, and Qui Gon Jinn is sitting down cross-legged and meditating, and there's Darth Maul just prowling outside like a freaking tiger, just ready to just pounce on him. That was my favorite scene of that movie. I loved that because it was, Darth Maul not just standing there waiting, but I mean, soon as this opens, I am so fucking you up. I swear to God. And I did love that. I did love his character.
That was by the end of the movie, so you almost have seen the entire movie. If you
Well,
want
no,
that
because
action point.
I have seen some in clips and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Again,
I,
the
I
fight
can't
scene with
remember.
him.
I can't remember when I walked out of the movie.
Okay. Well, again, the fight scene with him, Neeson, and McGregor is probably like the best scene in the film. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's the best scene of the whole
And
movie.
the double lightsaber was freaking cool. I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
So
But again,
I
it was the
had
first time we ever
I
saw it.
kind of wish they also did more with the lightsaber and explore more and do like cool techniques. But I kind of like what we got for the most part. Just I kind of wish it was more than just your typical like sword like weapon.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I had a lot of issues with this movie, like people would guess, but I will admit I was entertained by it. So
Yeah.
it's what I would call like
It-
a guilty pleasure. I will admit.
Yeah,
So
this can be considered a guilty pleasure out of all Star Wars films. Definitely, this
yeah,
is like the one that would definitely be defined as that. But also, you do know like characters like the store owners that Anakin was like working in, and the those creatures and Jar Jar Binks and his species are kind of like racial stereotypes of like
really,
Jewish people and Africans and stuff. Yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
Okay,
can you
oh,
not
I
notice
actually
it?
didn't
Like
know
the
that.
store owners with like the Jewish stereotypes and Jar Jar Binks and his species, like the African stereotypes.
wow. Okay,
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that's weird.
Jesus.
Okay,
yeah,
so my first issue: the droids chasing after Obi-Wan in the forest didn't know how to aim. Next up, plot convenience that a predator just happened to be near the city to save Obi-Wan, Jar Jar, and Liam Neeson when they are in the ship. Like there was a thing that would eat them, but just suddenly another creature just ate the creature. I was like, plot convenience, bruh. Where they are coming from? Um, Next up, the humor didn't land. The pacing was bad. People cannot aim again. Jar Jar is only a plot device. It doesn't feel like a character of his own. It just felt like that creature that wanted to show some lore with the underwater city that doesn't really make any sense. But hey, um, yeah, that's the lore. um, I still like the action a lot. Um, the underwater city was cool, but why? Why under the water? Why? Anyway, the
But
best parts of
but
this
it's
movie were the
aliens.
huh?
It's alien. It's an alien universe. So I mean,
Yeah.
they would have underwater stuff.
So yeah, I enjoyed the action. As I said earlier, when there was action, that was cool. I thought the characters were likable. Um, Liam Neeson counting in Anakin was very interesting before the race. Darth Maul was really cool. I enjoyed Darth Maul a lot. Um, the race was not that great, but it was entertaining. Um, the music was fine. The action was cool. Except if you guys would like to add more, I think it's time for the score out of 10.
yeah. For me, this is like a 3 to 3.5 around that. Yeah, yeah. I'll give it like a 3.5 or 3. Yeah, it's around that range for me. In the past, it used to be like a 4 or 4.5. I used to think it was more below average than bad. But now that I think about it, yeah, just the scenes in my head, like the pod racing and just everything that I thought was, worked more back then when I first saw it, and revisiting it now though, and also, revisiting the originals, it doesn't hold up. So yeah, it's just bad to me. But what
Yeah.
about you, DC?
Yeah, I personally would give it I think probably like a 7.
Ooh,
Uh
I thought you would give it like an 8 or something.
Yeah,
oh
me too. I was like, oh, you liked it, you thought that was good, but you gave it a 7. That's
yeah, I mean
interesting.
I didn't thought it was like one of my favorite movies. But I thought it was enjoyable for the most part.
Okay, very interesting. We are very close in score. I actually gave this movie a 6.5 out of 10. Um, So for me, that's like mediocre at best.
Yeah, I mean, you had to give it that rating because it couldn't be lower than the Christmas special. Like I can't believe you gave that like a 5 or a
Bro,
5.5.
if I barely have issues, I cannot just make shit up and say,
Yes, but
"Oh,
yeah, but
suddenly I will give a 2 because bad." No, I need to be
you know, it's like
consistent.
if you just have like a still frame for 2 hours of a piece of shit, and that's the movie, then it's like, you know what? At the same time, you gotta give it just like a 1 out of 10. It's like that was like the Christmas special. It was literally just like a still frame of a piece of shit.
Don't worry about it, multi-topic. This is the same guy that gives A24 movies 9 out of 10.
They're cinema.
Oh, please. So his rating system is just as ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm fair with everything, okay? It's not because something is yeah. But well, I actually still took away lots of points from my issues, but
Yeah.
that's a 5, bro. That's a 5. I will stand by it.
You know, I'm gonna make like a letterbox list titled all the films that multi-topic gave a lower grade to than the Christmas special.
That will be funny.
Oh.
By the way, coming next, we got a very interesting one: Attack of the Clone.
Oh yeah, this is the worst Star Wars film in the entire franchise, in my opinion. This is somehow even worse than The Rise of Skywalker and The Last Jedi later on. This is garbage in every area, garbage acting. This is like Razzie level acting. I hate sand. Let that fucking line. Do you remember that? I forgot the whole fucking quote, but
Yeah.
it's like I hate sand. It's oh my god. It's
when he said it, I was like, oh my, what this?
Yep, that's Hayden Christensen. And yeah, the romance is garbage.
Garbage, you say? Don't you think that? Liar.
Acting's garbage, especially Natalie Portman. You know, directing's garbage. Nothing makes any sense. It's just like 2 hours of like council shit. It's boring as fuck. There's nothing to it. It's just I think this is like a 1 out of 10 film. I'm trying to think of anything positive. I don't know. It's like even Boba Fett was garbage in this. What the fuck?
Here again, maybe that's because of nostalgia, but I think that's another guilty pleasure for me. I enjoyed it. I won't say it's a good movie, but I enjoyed it. That's the second guilty pleasure in a row for me. Maybe that's because of nostalgia.
I guess, but
yeah. Do you have anything else to add, Cole?
Not for now.
Okay, so Jaded, what do you have to say about Attack of the Clones?
I don't even remember it. I have to go check a little bit of it to see what the hell it was about.
It's like the shitty like romance film where
I didn't watch. Okay. The first prequel, I went to the movie theater, saw about it, and then walked away. The second one, I waited till it was on a streaming service, watched a little bit of it. Is that the one? Is that the one where?
Yeah, but it's the one where he gives that like the worst line in history. I hate sand line.
Right, I remember that. But isn't that also the one where there was this like little robot assassinating?
Yes. I'm getting
that
to
one.
that. Yes, I'm getting to that.
The one where Obi-Wan Kenobi's at a bar and goes, "You want to change your life. You don't want to sell drugs anymore," or something.
I believe so, but yeah, you know.
You want to buy a death stick? No, I don't want to buy a death stick. No, you don't want to sell death sticks anymore. Something like that.
Yeah, there's something involved in that though. Like
it's the one. It's the one where Obi-Wan Kenobi fights the. I can't remember which one is the movie where Obi-Wan Kenobi fights the 6-armed droid with lightsabers.
That's Revenge of the Sith. That's the third one.
That's the third one. Okay, so yeah, that was I of the second and third one. All I ever did was see like the more popular clips of it. So I've never actually seen the whole movie. I had absolutely no interest because I saw a little bit of what they were doing with Anakin, and I'm going, "Oh my God, you turned him into a whiny little shit." And I'm going, "This is somehow supposed to be the most." again, you have to remember, for decades, Darth Vader was considered, of the best best movie villains. Darth Vader was always on top. After seeing, Anakin Skywalker was like, no, not anymore, thanks. That's the guy that's behind the mask. Yeah, no, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, he killed younglings and in the third one.
Yeah, but again, because he was being a snot, not because he was an evil person. He did it because him killing the younglings was because he was being petty and spiteful. He wasn't doing it to, and he was doing it because
Out of anger for the council and the Jedi Order. That's why he did that.
And it's like, ooh, wow, he's taking out kids. That's so brave and dangerous. Taking out kids that can barely hold a lightsaber.
It's not dangerous.
We're all
It's
looking
just
at
cruel.
it going, huh?
It's cruel, man. It's not
No,
dangerous.
it would have been. I swear to God, people would have been more upset. They would have been more upset with Anakin Skywalker if instead of killing younglings, he had kicked a dog in the way on his way walking down a hallway. Because that's how meaningless him killing the younglings were. It was irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
I
He could
mean,
have kicked a dog, and people would have been more pissed at him for kicking a dog than what he did to the
Yeah.
younglings.
So he killed the younglings in the third one. So let's go back to Attack of the Clone. That's also the one where there's a planet where there's always rain, and there was also a arena fight that was kind of cool. I like the arena fight.
Kind of, it was boring to me, but hey, honestly, props to the Lego video game though. They made the chapters in the prequels actually kind of entertaining, better than the films. But yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I got into Star Wars in the first place. Because I actually have one of the games. And I used to play in my younger years. But yeah. So I'm thankful for that because of that if I never got that game, well, I never would have gone into the Star Wars lore. And yeah, I do know how the play. But yeah, so
Okay, so I had a bunch of issues with that one. First up is gravity doesn't really affect Obi-Wan since he free fall didn't kill him. Like he was jumping from a car and he was falling for like 30 stores, and guess what? He just landed normally on Anakin's plane without breaking his arm while he tried to like latch onto it. Uh, After that, we get the same shit with Anakin. Gravity didn't affect him since Anakin jumped from his vehicle and he didn't die. Pacing was terrible. The dialogue wasn't all great. The sand line, too much tail whiteout showing. I know it's a kid movie, but I think it would have left a bigger impact if they were showing him killing everyone in the camp as a revenge for his mother death. Plot armor on Obi-Wan when Jango and his son attacked him on the rainy planet. He should have died. But hey, he's Obi-Wan. He doesn't die. Anakin and Obi-Wan's storyline don't really connect so well. So it's like watching two movies in one. It's kind of shit. It defeats the purpose. Yeah, that's how I see it. Bad acting. It doesn't make sense that Padme would fall in love for an unstable guy like Anakin. I mean, he told her he killed everyone. Which woman would fall in love with this? It wasn't funny here again.
Nah, so really.
These are my issues, but as I said, it's a guilty pleasure for me. I had actual more enjoyment than the first one, even if I thought this movie was worse.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna play something here. Don't worry, it's not copyright. I think this sums up the film perfectly. I think it's anyway. So yeah, Jaded, are you there? Let's see. Okay, let's play this. All right, guys. This is the film in a nutshell.
I'm gonna have everybody try to follow along with me real quick. So Palpatine needs Padme dead, but he doesn't want to do it himself. So he asks Count Dooku to go kill Padme, but Count Dooku doesn't want to do it himself. So Count Dooku asks Jango Fett to go kill Padme, but Jango Fett doesn't want to do it himself. So he asks his shapeshifter friend to go kill Padme, but the shapeshifter sends a robot to go kill Padme. And if you really want to be an asshole and get even more granular, the droid says, I'll send these little bugs to go kill Padme. Palpatine, man who sends a shapeshifter, who sends a robot, who sends bugs to go kill Padme.
God help us all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't even realize that, to be quite honest.
You made the movie even worse, man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for making it.
No problem.
Worse.
Yeah, this was
It's so
just pure
sad,
garbage.
man. It's so sad.
Yeah.
It's my guilty pleasure.
Yeah, that's all you
Don't
need to
bash it
see,
too much.
Jaded. You're good now.
I was good with what I already saw or didn't see. I'm fine. I couldn't care less about these movies.
Now that I spoke about my issues, I will let DC talk a bit. Did you have any issues with?
Oh, I had a lot of issues with Attack of the King.
Okay, go ahead, man. I'm curious to hear about yours.
Okay, almost any scene with Anakin and Padme was so bad. It literally was so bad, I chose to not even watch the scene.
What do you mean? They were oozing with chemistry.
I mean, maybe, but
No, they aren't. They're shit.
He was being sarcastic.
Oh, I didn't realize. But yeah. Still, Anakin was a horrible character in this one compared to the first one. It's like, wow, Jake Lloyd was fantastic compared to the second one, because even though I wasn't a fan of Anakin in the first one, I still didn't find him that annoying. The second one, it's like he just whines about everything, and I'm like, what are you whining about? Aren't we supposed to see you become Darth Vader in the third one?
Yes, aren't we supposed to see?
How in the world does this even make sense? It's like, and like the worm scene was ridiculous. I mean, I get it was like some sort of alien worm because it's Star Wars, but come on, worms are not like just. Oh, not even gonna get into it. Boba Fett and Jango Fett, or at least Boba Fett before he became Boba Fett. Just, I was like, what? I mean, I like that Rain Planet sequence, but it's only because Obi-Wan is like the only saving grace of this movie, and he's like the only positive I'm gonna say about it. He's like the only positive. But yeah, anything else I did not like? Well, that chase sequence, which is like 20 minutes of the first half, is horrendous. It's like, wow. Anakin and Obi-Wan clearly are a fantastic duo. You know, they can catch bad guys pretty quickly. And that's about Attack of the Caimans.
I agree with you, man. But two of my issues are like in that 20 minutes. They just jump from vehicle to vehicle and they don't freaking die despite like falling from 20 floor. It's like ridiculous.
See, that's an issue that happened in like the early 2000s. Is that they would put scenes in a movie that was specifically designed to be in part of the game, right? Like there was I forget that one movie. It had Tom Cruise in it, where the three characters can see the future, and he's like a police officer.
Oh, Minority Report.
Minority Report. Yeah.
There's that one scene in the movie where there's the cars going up the elevator, and he's jumping from car to car, and it serves no purpose in the movie. And I'm looking at it, I'm going, oh. That's just going to be a scene in the game that you got to, like a challenge scene in the game where You got to get past these cars just so you can progress to the next level. And that's what it was. They're literally just like even in AI with Will Smith, the house being torn down. There was no reason for the house to be torn down except him trying to escape. So I saw that, I'm going, oh, there's obviously going to be a scene in the game where you have to try to escape the house and you got to hit AAB and you have to try to. That's all that was in the Star Wars movie. It was literally a scene just to incorporate into the game.
Yeah, there's loads of things like all the spectacle in Revenge of the Sith, like the elevator sequence and even the lava fight. Some parts doesn't make sense, but that was for the game. But yeah, I still, as I said, it's my guilty pleasure. There are a lot of parts I liked, and this is funny because I think this is the Star Wars I have the most nostalgia about because I actually had seen that one before the originals, and that was the first Star Wars I've ever seen. I was like maybe 6 or 7 years old, around that age, and that was actually the first VHS I ever owned.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah,
Wow.
I my parents still had lots of VHS, but my uncle was like, "Oh, you really like that movie, did you?" And I was like, "Yes, I do." And he basically gave me his VHS thingy. So that was
VCR.
yeah VCR yeah. That was the first movie I ever owned. So
Wow.
there's a lot of history for me. Like, yeah, that outside. There's still like a lot of ideas that are kind of decent. Like the premise of Obi-Wan and Anakin protecting the Senator was kind of cool, but then they split, and them splitting became one of my issues, and um, Anakin and Palpatine bond made sense because at some point Palpatine will manipulate Anakin to like turn him to the dark side, and the seeds are planted there, which is fine for me. Anakin being in love with Padme was cute, even if it didn't make any sense. Uh, yeah, like that love story was really dumb, but hey, that was cute. Padme and Anakin talking about Obi-Wan. You can tell he's a fanboy of Obi-Wan at that point, which is hilarious, and that also shows how much respect he had for Obi-Wan. Uh, the lore was decent. The music, I liked it. The seeds planted for the Empire dictatorship and how Anakin sees the world, how it would be better. And here again, that reinforced the idea it doesn't make sense that Padme would like him because they are an opposite for politics and stuff. Uh, Anakin and Padme's struggle was decent, I guess, even if the love didn't make any sense. Anakin Nightmare is like the seed for him eventually turning, which is fine. Um, um, Anakin giving in to anger against Dooku was cool. I really liked the fight versus Dooku. That was an amazing fight. That was one of my favorite fights. Then there was like Obi-Wan and Dooku and Yoda and Dooku. That I really enjoyed that. Um, Now, except if you guys would like to add more to this, I think we can move on to the score.
No, I'm good.
I'm good as well.
Yeah.
What about you, Cole?
Yeah, I'm good. Just 1 out of 10. There we go.
What about you, DC?
4 out of 10.
And for me, that's a 5. And I'd say this is better than the holiday special. Even
high
with my
bars there.
issues. Huh?
And I was going.
Yeah, high bars there. Better than the Christmas special. Damn. So that's one I can't put on the list. God damn it.
And honestly, better than Wakanda Forever.
Yeah, much better than Wakanda Forever. It's on
I'm
another
sorry.
plane of existence.
I just had to say it. I just had to say it.
So, I think it's time for Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith. I can let whoever wants to go first because I need to find my notes.
I mean, I don't know if Jade has seen it. I'll just go quickly. Yeah, out of the three, this was the one that I think is kind of half decent, is the kind of most passable. It still has, like, technically filmmaking wise and etc. It still has like the same sort of like flawed feel and like aspects as like the other two films did, but it was an improvement over the others in like half of the areas though, and overall like with the story and characters and everything, it was a hell of a lot better and actually kind of intriguing, and the action stuff was a lot better, especially the final duel. It's something that it's a very flawed film, but it's a I wouldn't call it a flawed masterpiece like other people would, obviously. But a flawed, kind of solid film, kind of. I So yeah, this is the closest to like out of the prequels to like a good film, I would say. And yeah, there are a lot of good moments and a couple great moments. So yeah, this was kind of a surprise, but yeah, and this is better than all three of the sequels. There's only one film out of the newer ones they made that's not better than this, but it's not a part of the trilogy in the newer ones, so it doesn't count. But yeah, at least in my opinion. Anyway, that's it. Don't have like anything super in detail to go, but oh yeah, but the scene, I guess, where he like fucking murders the kids would have been cooler if it was shown on screen. Oh well.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to add?
Nope. I mean, Jaded, have you seen anything from it besides like
again? All I've really seen are clips.
Yeah, I know you've seen the clip of him like about to murder the kids off screen, but
something like that. I remember seeing clips of, and this is the thing that I have, because I don't remember there being that. Because yeah, even in the first movie, I don't like the lightsaber fights. The lightsaber fights aren't lightsaber fights; they're dance routines, and they're so perfectly choreographed that it's just so fake to me that they serve no purpose.
I mean, I agreed, but out of all three of them, I think this was the best by far.
Again, it's the best choreographed dance scene. Fine, isn't it? That's the one. That's the one where they're Anakin and Obi-Wan are fighting on the rocks.
Yeah, it definitely looks way too perfect.
It was just so ridiculous. It's like, my God, I'm winning because I have the high ground. Then use your force ability to just go higher. You idiot.
Yeah, it's like there's no feel. There's no weight to it. It does feel too perfect, and
there's no weight to it. There's no
the Yoda fight as well, sort of. Yeah.
Oh, and is that the one where Yoda's like a Mexican jumping bean?
Yeah.
Oh, I call that scene Yoda in a blender, because that's all it is, just bouncing around, and it was like, I was like, this is not Yoda. Wasn't always established as a great wielder of the lightsaber. It was his power and use of the Force. That's what it was. But I get the problem is you can't have an action scene with that, so you have to give him it was just so stupid.
Yeah.
I did not like the choreographed dance routines that were the lightsaber fights in all three movies.
Okay. What about you, DC? What are your thoughts?
Share my screen for a second, Multi.
Yeah.
Just
If you have 7 chairs and 10 children, what do? You get 3 more chairs. Erase 3 kids.
Kill 3 kids. Wow. Just wow.
Oh my.
Oh god.
So DC, what are your thoughts on Revenge of the Sith?
This was the only I did not see.
Yeah, he's seen the Force Awakens.
You haven't seen it.
Yeah,
okay.
In Force Awakens, yeah, but yeah, Force Awakens.
Well, since you haven't seen it, I will go on, and Then this time around, I'm the one with the very odd take, and guys will laugh. You can clip me as much as you want, Cole. It will be a golden mine for you to clip me. Um, First side note. Well, actually, that's the only side note. I think the movie is underrated. Yes, it's not perfect, but it's nowhere near as bad as what people tend to say and think.
No. I agree with that. Yeah, I think it's decent, no, solid, but I don't know if I would call it overrated though, because maybe like rated just right because it has gotten that love over the years, and a lot of people have been calling it a masterpiece. Like it does have positive overall scores, unlike the other two.
One of my friend that is very critical to a lot of things, and we have very different opinion on pretty much everything. He actually liked Revenge of the Sith a lot. His favorite is Empire, but he said like his second favorite is New Hope, and the third one is his third favorite was Revenge. And I understand where he's coming from. Now it's not perfect. I said it, and um, yeah, here are my issues. The pacing, I thought that was terrible. The pacing, like, I feel like that movie is 2 hour 20, but it could have been done in 2 hours. They only like really extended that uh, runtime for a longer fight or more action. Obi-Wan plot armor during his fight versus Grievous. It's shown that Grievous can bend metal with one hit on his ship, but Obi-Wan didn't die from a hit on his head. That that made my eye roll. I was like, bruh. The acting was shit, and the pacing was bad. So since I mentioned twice pacing really bothered me a lot. These are my issues. Uh, I'm unlike you, both of you. I actually enjoyed the fight scenes. They were like dances, but I I I enjoyed a lot the fight. Um, is it the best in the series? I don't think so. I think the best lightsaber fights were maybe in the first two, like Clone Wars, Clone Attack, or Phantom Menace. That's funny because Empire, I enjoyed the fight in Empire, but that wasn't the very end, and it feels like it's not as good as the ones in the prequels. Even if the prequel have a lot of sins, I don't think the lightsaber fight were the sins the prequel did. Um, so um, I liked the action a lot. As I said, I liked the fight. Um, R2 destroying the droids was cool, but it's clearly to sell a toy and give it a level to R2 in a video game. The fight versus Dooku was amazing. I really liked it a lot, and it showcased how Anakin has grown because now he's stronger than Dooku. The action sequence in Grievous' room was cool, despite plot armor on Obi-Wan. The music was decent. Anakin's nightmare was a good seed for him to like really turn and become villain. The council asking for Anakin to spy on the Chancellor was cool. A nice dilemma because we had the seeds of their friendship in the second one. The action on Kashyyyk was cool. Order 66, we just see like every Jedi getting killed. Fight versus Grievous again. Mace Windu versus Sidious was cool, and like Anakin just saving Sidious and ending Mace Windu life. Obi-Wan and Yoda fighting back and surviving the Order 66 was cool. Anakin taking out the rest of the rebels. Anakin versus Obi-Wan, I liked it. Yoda versus the Emperor, I liked it. The music, I liked it. And I think it's time for you to clip this. It's hilarious because I actually thought Revenge of the Sith was better than A New Hope.
Based on what?
I have less issues with it.
Wait a
I
minute.
have
You have
less
less
issues.
issues with the story. Okay, so you have less issues with the story and the plot
Yeah,
than you do with A New Hope.
yeah. I still think Empire is better, but like they are all on the same score, so the gap is not that big. Like I'm sure if I rewatch them, maybe I will swap them around, but I liked more Revenge. I know I shocked you, Jaded.
Well,
Maybe
it's
I
not a
lost
question
all.
of shock. It's just a question of you have to establish a basis behind why.
Well, I have the same score on both movies, uh, but I found it more entertaining, Revenge of the Sith. Maybe because there was more action.
Again, that's the thing. It's not. Again, you have to take into consideration the time frame. You couldn't have done what was Revenge of the Sith back in 1980.
Yeah,
So you couldn't do that. And if you were to have, like when did it come out? Like Revenge of the Sith.
2005.
Okay, like if in the
20
2000s,
years, 20
yeah, like if in the
ish.
2000s you were to release a movie like Star Wars, people would be going, it's okay, because again, it's like no special effects, no green screen, no computer generated special effects. So again, it's a different era and it's a different time frame. So,
But as I said, like they have the same score. I just preferred Revenge a bit more.
oh, you mean just the score?
They have the same score.
Oh, I don't care
Revenge,
about the score.
yeah, but my liking as well. Like my score is my liking,
Oh, okay.
and like I tend to really nitpick stuff, and it affects the score for sure. Like
Okay.
they have the same number of issues. That's the thing. That's why they have the same score. They have the same amount of issues. Um, so yeah, I don't want to take away anything from A New Hope. I enjoyed it the same as I enjoyed Revenge, but I thought Revenge was slightly more my cup of tea than A New Hope. Empire is still slightly better than these two, and it's funny because Empire has the same score as these two. They all have the same score. Like that's the roof they can hit for me. Um, so yeah, Revenge, my second favorite Star Wars in the first six at least. I can't remember the sequels. I've seen the sequels, at least the seventh and the eighth. I haven't seen like the ninth one because it was poorly received, and I wasn't the biggest fan of the eighth one. So I was like, yeah, I didn't really like the eighth one. So should I really take a risk on something lots of people didn't like? But we will cover that next week. So I will have a fresh set of eyes on the sequel. But as of right now, I really liked Revenge of the Sith. So, except if guys would like to add more, I think it's time for the grade out of 10.
Yeah. I guess I'll go with like a maybe like a 5 out of 10. I don't know. It could change. It's between like a 4.5 to 5.5 for me, so I'll just go in the middle for now.
Okay. And you didn't really watch it, Jaded, because you didn't really like the prequel. Based on
No,
what
as I said, I had no interest in the prequels. I had
Yeah,
no interest.
but from the clips you saw, how bad do you think this is in comparison to Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace? Like, where would you rank it?
Again, all three are crap. It doesn't matter. It's an equal level of crap.
So you have none that is like you think is the worst of the worst.
Again, you have to take into consideration it's a 3-part story. So you have to accept it as one giant story in 3 parts.
Yeah, honestly, it
That would
doesn't
be
really
like
feel
going,
like that.
That would be like going, okay, did you like the first act the best, the second act the best, or the third act the best? It's like, who
And,
cares?
that's
It's
fine
still
too.
one solid movie. Just because the second act had a lot more action in it doesn't mean it was better than the first or the third act.
Well, actually, I hate that argument. I think that's mostly can be reasonable, but I hate it in certain cases, especially with Full Metal Jacket. Like, no, the second act is just as amazing as the first. You
It's
fucks.
just 2 different perspectives, but it's still
Yeah.
it's still Joker's. You're still following Joker's story.
Yeah, no, it's just idiots that they need some guy yelling to be entertained. Fucking hell. But yeah, I mean, honestly though, it doesn't really feel like connected though, this because it was so bad. Like honestly, you could just watch the third one and it would work as a standalone like backstory thing of how he became Darth Vader and just skip the other 2 dog shit ones.
Okay. So my score would be 8.5 out of 10, just like Empire and A New Hope. But
Mhm.
I liked Empire more than this, and I liked Revenge more than A New Hope.
Wow. If somebody said you like this more than A New Hope,
Yeah.
and there's some hardcore Star Wars fans that can't handle opinions because that's the
Yeah.
thing.
Well,
Again, you can have your opinion, and that doesn't mean it's a moronic opinion, but you can still have your opinion. I mean, but like I said, you have to justify it, saying that.
We talked about the OT last week, and we talked about the prequel this week, and I went in depth with my issues with New Hope. And,
Yeah.
And I always
and again, you can like say like for its time and revolutionary wise, or even like objectively, it might be better. But personally as well, like it makes it this one better. Still, just for you personally, you could say that as well.
And I always use the same grid to rate every movie. The only difference from a movie to another is sometimes I take away an entire point after taking away points for my issues. And when this happens, it's because I feel like the issues I had weight more than usual because the movie is worse than usual. But here, it's not the case on that one. It was the case for Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones because I felt like a 7 was too high for Menace and a 6 was too high for Attack of the Clones. But here I feel justified to say it's for me it's 8.5. It has issues. It's not perfect. So New Hope and Empire also add their own issues. I already point out. So, and I like this one more because it was more action and I like when there's fleshy stuff.
See, that's the thing. It's not that you had the same issues. It's just that there were certain aspects that you like about the movie that has nothing to do with story, plot, characters, acting, and all that stuff. It's just, oh look, you enjoyed the more flashy stuff. Again, it's like people saying, it's like people going, I like Terminator 2 better than I like the first Terminator because Terminator 2 had amazing special effects.
Yeah.
Right? But not because it's a better movie, it's because I really like the special effects so much more.
Yeah, but it's still similar in terms of like they have the same amount of issues. Like plot armor is there on Obi-Wan in episode 3. I can't exactly remember the issues I had in the other 2 because it's in my notes somewhere. But these are different issues, but they bring the same score because in the end they weight the same, the issues. So I think that closes off the Star Wars discussion for tonight. Oh well, actually we have Clone Wars to cover. Have you seen Clone Wars, Jaded?
Nope.
Okay. So I almost forgot about that one. So
Yeah. And
that's
also, too bad K-Dot's left early, though, because he has seen Adventures of Superman. We've been reviewing it on his channel. But maybe
yeah,
next week he could show up for that. We can maybe do it earlier.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Maybe earlier. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
right before Star Wars, maybe.
Yeah, that could be a thing. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Clone Wars. Oh, this one I have another kind of hot take here. It's
Yeah.
funny because I just have seen the score, and that makes me smile a bit.
Yeah, so again, the Clone Wars TV show now, and we're not in the future. We could, I mean, if you want, if you like run out of superhero shows and you wanted to recommend it, then we can like
Yeah.
try to go through it all. But there's like 300 episodes of it, and it's animated. It's not really connected, so
Eventually, we will cover that, but
Yeah,
there's no
maybe.
rush for that.
Yeah, maybe, but we'll see. But it does have some good storylines and with like Ahsoka and stuff. But yeah, no, it's an amazing show. It's considered amazing. But yeah, they also had released this movie and in 2007 though, and this was sort of the opposite. And the reason why was because it was sort of like weird. It was like they just put like 3 or 4 random episodes of that they were making for the Clone Wars together, and then just edited them weirdly and did some weird shit that didn't really like
Okay.
connect as well with
I've
the
a-
page.
So,
yeah.
Jada's living. So, Jada,
Okay.
is
Yeah, I'm
there,
gonna head out. I gotta eat.
okay, so is there anything you'd like to share, plug
Oh,
about your channel? What's going on your channel
He
right
did
now?
the Flash video with the baby in the microwave.
okay. It's gotten to the point now where it's pointless to point out how brain dead, stupid, and full of shit the comic book fan base and the geek fan base is. But this fake pretend outrage over the Snow White image that got leaked, I have got to make a video pointing out how hilarious all of these people who have their panties in a twist are so full of shit. And I'm not saying that it's not woke. Yes, it's woke. It's stupid, but it's like all of these. Okay, I'll give a quick example. The main point is all of the people. It's like the same thing with the Dial of Destiny. Everybody forgot how bad the Crystal Skull was. And is going, oh no, it's just a Dial of Destiny. Every other Indiana Jones movie was fine for some reason because we got the memory, we got the, we got the mental retention of a goddamn goldfish and the IQ of
I think it more as a dude that they were willing to give it another chance because it's been so long.
Nobody was willing to give it another chance. Nobody. Ever since it was announced, nobody was interested in this damn movie.
I mean, there's some people who did go see it, giving it a chance, and then hated it. I mean, and because they basically were like erasing what happened in the Crystal Skull in it.
It doesn't change the fact that the Crystal Skull was a piece of shit, and that was what ruined the franchise.
Well, of course.
Like everybody's ignoring that. Everybody who's pissing on the Dial of Destiny has forgotten what a piece of shit the Crystal Skull was, and is going, no, it's the Dial of Destiny that's going to be this. Oh my God, you're making me go into a tangent, Cole.
You know why though, Jaded?
Because they're idiots. They're full of shit.
No, another reason why though maybe is because I don't really want to spoil it, but because of what happens, they're probably going to make more, but with a different person now, and which
they
means
tried
more
to
shitty
do
ones.
that. Okay, newsflash: they tried to do that in the Crystal Skull with Shia LaBeouf's character. That was the whole goddamn point. His character was in the fucking movie.
Yeah, but then it didn't
and
happen.
What happened? And what happened, Cole?
Yeah, but
what
then
happened
it sucked
with Shia LaBeouf's character?
But then it sucks. So
what
they didn't do
happened
it.
with Answer the question. What happened with Shia LaBeouf's character?
What?
He disappeared.
Yeah.
Didn't even get referenced. They were literally the entire purpose of the Crystal Skull movie was to have Shia LaBeouf be the next Indiana Jones. The same thing they're doing with his goddaughter in this movie. But everybody bitching about it forgot that that's what they were doing about the Crystal Skull.
They didn't forget. It's just then they didn't do it with the Crystal Skull. So then they're like,
guess what? They're not going to do it with her.
No. But that's the thing, Jaded, though, is there's actually a good chance they still might because Kathleen Kennedy.
They're not. Because the movie's going to bomb. Nobody's going to give a shit. And nobody's going to care.
No, but Jaded, Kathleen Kennedy and Phoebe Waller-Bridge have been making and doing like a lot of films
they
to get her
say
to have involvement. But they're still making sequels to those films.
They can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they
might
want.
do it again.
There have been how many movies? Cole, how many movies have been in production, Hal, for almost 5 to 10 years that you know of?
I know, probably hundreds.
And they've never seen the light of day.
Yeah, I'm just saying this has a better chance, to actually have a more shitty one because of it.
It has no better chance than Shia LaBeouf being the new Indiana.
No, because we have proof of it this time because they've been doing it with other franchises with them despite them bombing. So because of that, there's more of a chance because there's more proof of it, unlike the Shia LaBeouf one where it was just one thing and done.
What proof?
The other franchises that Phoebe Waller-Bridge and Kathleen Kennedy fucking ruined and that they're still making sequels to with them.
That is such, I'm sorry, that's weak-ass proof. That's That's speculation. That's not proof. That's speculation.
I'm not saying it isn't. Wait, I'm not saying it's. Wait. I'm not saying it isn't speculation. I'm saying that's why people are scared, though, because there's more of a chance, even if it's speculation.
Scared my ass.
Yeah, and also because it was even worse in the Crystal Skull that people thought wouldn't be possible, especially because James Mangold just did Logan. No, because
I saw it. It wasn't worse than the Crystal Skull. Okay.
Well, a lot of people think so.
Well, I think okay, and you know what I think of people's opinions on movies.
Yeah, no, but also because
these are the same people that thought No Way Home was a great movie. These are the same people that thought No Way Home was a great movie. What do I care what they think? These are the same people. These are the same people that thought Avatar 2 was an amazing movie and deserved $2 billion.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, people are idiots. Yeah, I'm not saying
that. People are idiots.
I'm not saying that. I'm just explaining their mindset to you. But also,
and I'm explaining their mindset. They're full of shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, you can think that. I'm just explaining it though. But also, the other reason why is because James Mangold, when they heard he was directing it and coming out with it, though, they actually had some hope again because he did a very similar type film with, an older character actor in Logan with X-Men, and it worked out well. So people thought maybe he could do it again.
Topic. This is rant is because of this guy. It's because of this guy. I was ready to just do a little bit and then leave, and then this guy had to keep.
I'm fine with it, Jada. You know what?
Don't blame me.
That's part of your charm.
Okay.
I like your rant.
Can I go back to the Seven Dwarfs bit that I was trying to explain?
Yeah. Okay. I like your rant, Jaded. I'm telling you. I'm glad to have you on. I'm glad to hear about your rant. They are great. Move on.
The thing that I want to talk about is that everybody's going, oh my God, this movie's going to suck because it's woke. And it's like, really? That's interesting because all of the people who are bitching again, bitching and whining, not actually calling anything out, just bitching and whining. If I remember correctly, they all hated live action remakes of classic Disney movies because they don't like the live action remakes of classic Disney movies. It doesn't matter whether it's woke or not. Even if Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs actually had 7 dwarfs and did everything perfectly, according to all of the people bitching and whining, they would have gone, why are they doing another remake of a classic Disney movie? We don't want another remake of a classic Disney movie. They all hated The Lion King. Everybody apparently hated The Lion King because, oh my God, it was a sucky remake of a classic Disney movie. Was it woke? No, they weren't bitching about it because it was woke. They were bitching about it because it was a lousy movie and it was a lousy remake of a classic Disney movie. Not only that, this is what gets me the most. This is what gets me the most. These motherfuckers are so blatantly so oblivious to how stupid they are. They're actually making videos telling Disney how they should fix the movie so that they would go watch it. Wait a minute. Why would you even watch the damn movie if you're supposed to not like live action remakes of classic Disney movies? So the fact that it's woke is pure bullshit, because even if it wasn't woke, they should still hate the movie. Why? Because it's a live action remake of a classic Disney movie. So I don't even buy their fake woke. The same thing with The Little Mermaid. Oh, the movie sucked because they race swapped. Oh, okay. So if they didn't race swap Ariel, would you have gone to go see the movie? No. Why not? Because we don't like live action remakes of classic Disney movies. So then the fact that it's woke and they race swapped means nothing to you idiots. You're all just pretending that you give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, just
I
remember,
like
it's not everybody, but yes, there are those idiots, but that's not everybody.
And I'm talking the people bitching and whining the loudest. Those are the ones. Because these are the same idiots that when Pete's Dragon came out, what was the other one? Dumbo came out. They were going, oh yeah, these movies bombed at the box office because they were woke? No. They bombed at the box office because these bullshit artists were going, people were sick and tired of live action remakes of classic Disney movies. Then The Lion King comes out, makes $1 billion, and Aladdin comes out and makes $1 billion. Oh my God, so apparently you guys were fucking full of shit. You have no idea what the hell you're talking about. But now the Disney movies, the live action remakes of Disney movies aren't bombing because people are sick and tired, because we've been established that we have no idea what the hell we were talking about. So now we have to change why they're dying. It's because they're woke.
Yeah, well, no, the main reason is just because, Pete's Dragon was actually kind of all right, but the main reason is because Pete's Dragon and Dumbo just weren't as popular of IPs, and also Dumbo was a really weird looking
I'm not arguing that. Their claim was, again, the people bitching and whining the most about the Seven Dwarfs leaked photo, their claim was the reason these movies are going to die and the reason those movies failed was because people were sick and tired of the live action remakes. Why? Because they had no idea what it was. They don't know anything. They're clueless. They just spout whatever bullshit they want. And then once they're immediately proven wrong, forget that they were proven wrong, because they got an audience of coma patients who don't have any critical thinking skills to actually remember, wait a minute, didn't these guys just say like last year that these movies bombed, that people were sick and tired of these movies, but then all of a sudden they make $1 billion each? Oh yeah, plus because again, then Mulan came out, and then I think it was
Lady and the Tramp, and then Cruella.
Wasn't it? Yeah, Cruella, and then what was the other one?
Which other one?
The Peter Pan one. That was all woke. Oh, they all suck because they're woke. No, you morons. They're all suck because people are supposed to be. It's like, figure out what the hell is the reason people don't even like these movies anymore. They don't even know. Because they don't care.
Yeah, well, again, the Aladdin and Lion King one was because those were the two bigger ones, unlike Peter Pan and the other one.
It doesn't matter, Cole.
Yeah, no. I know that's not what they think.
You can't claim that 5 movies in a row bombed and making the claim that the reason they bombed was because people were sick and tired of live action remakes of classic Disney movies. And then suddenly 2 of them come out and all of a sudden they make $1 billion each. You don't get to make that claim without being
what happened was the ones that bombed before Aladdin and Lion King came out just weren't as big of names. And then those 2, they were, and because of the nostalgia base that I saw, but then they were both dog shit. So then after that, they lost trust.
Dog shit movies.
So then after that, even though they made $1 billion because of nostalgia, they lost trust in them. So the other ones after that, even big names, didn't make the money because of that.
No, because after Aladdin, it was all the woke shit. After Aladdin, it was all the woke stuff that everybody was bitching about because they didn't have an argument to explain why Lion King. Again, it doesn't matter if it's The Jungle Book. What you're telling me that the Jungle Book that made over $1 billion is an IP as loved and renowned as the Lion King? I don't think so.
Well, that one was like the first, and that one was actually.
That's the thing is, again, you got an excuse to justify.
Again, no. Also, because that one was actually kind of good. So
it doesn't matter. You're saying that the reason that those movies sucked and the reason Lion King and Aladdin were successful was because they were a well-known, more established IP. Okay, but that doesn't apply to the Jungle Book. Oh, well, the Jungle Book was for a different reason. Sorry, you don't get to do that.
No, listen, every once in a while, there's a film that doesn't fit the pattern that creeps in there. It happens. It happens with Marvel. That doesn't take
And
away.
you don't get to go back and forth and retcon your bullshit excuse. It's the same thing with people are taught. It's the same thing with people going whenever a superhero movie bombs. What's the go-to line? Oh, comic book fatigue. And then when the next movie makes $1 billion, well, what happened to the comic book fatigue? But then the next movie comes out and it bombs. And what do? Oh yeah, it's comic book fatigue. It was comic book fatigue for that movie. The movie that actually made $1 billion, for some reason, comic book fatigue was in hiatus. So I guess it was in remission or something. And then the next movie comes out, it bombs. Oh, comic book fatigue is in again. And then the next movie bombs. And then the next movie does it incredibly well. And guess what? Comic book fatigue suddenly magically disappears. And then the next movie comes out and it bombs. Oh my God, look, comic book fatigue is back again.
Well, I mean, it can be a little bit of both. Like there is some.
But stop using. But Cole, they're not analyzing it. They're just using the same bullshit line over and over again.
Comic book fatigue is on vacation, bro.
It's on vacation.
It's on vacation. It comes back. It's on vacation. It comes back.
If comic book fatigue sets in, then that should apply to every movie, meaning no movie should be a success after that because comic book fatigue.
No, it does apply to all of them, but some of them are good, so they make a lot. But if it wasn't for the fatigue, it would make more.
You're telling me that Aquaman was a great movie.
Now that was before comic book movie fatigue.
No, okay. What was the last one that did well?
Now I said stuff like Guardians of the Galaxy then, exceed expectations.
Galaxy, those movies are doing well. I thought comic book
because those ones were well received. Okay. But if it wasn't for comic book, however, if it wasn't for comic book movie fatigue, it would make a lot more. Like it made $800 million. If it wasn't for that, it would make like 1.2.
So let me see if I get this straight. Comic book fatigue exists, but it's an exception every time a movie does well.
No, I didn't say it's an exception. It's lingering there.
Every time a movie does well, it's an exception.
No,
because there's a reason
it's lingering. Well. No, it's lingering there. It's just they are good films, so they still make a lot, but they don't make as much as before.
How do you know they don't make as much? Wait a minute.
Because they used to be making in like the billions. Now they just make like 800 max.
How do you know they should have made over $1 billion? Are you psychic?
Well,
how do you know they would have made more money? That they should have made more money?
What do you mean? I don't know. It's just a logical
You don't know. So in other words, that's a guess. So your defense is a guess.
No, because there's no comic book movies these days making $1 billion at all. None.
Because they don't deserve it. The ones that made $1 billion. What, you think No Way Home deserved to make $2 billion? Do you honestly think No Way Home deserved to make $2 billion? Oh,
no.
Because it's such an amazing comic book movie.
No.
Okay, then. So that argument's irrelevant. I'm sorry. That movies that there are good comic book movies that deserve to make the money that there are good comic book movies that deserve to make $1 billion.
Well, there are.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. There is no comic book movie that deserves $1 billion. None.
I mean, look, whether you agree or not, Guardians 3 was super well received. So because
Again,
of that,
it was
it made a
well
lot.
received. That doesn't mean it deserved the money it made.
Well, I mean, it's
It
up to
simply,
you.
it
I'm
simply
just saying
got
that
the money it made.
if it wasn't for fatigue, let's say if it was released in 2016 with the same reception, there would be a great chance it would get $1 billion.
You don't know that. You have no way of
I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying that every comic book movie nowadays is just reaching 800 mil. So that shows there might be some fatigue lingering. That's what I'm saying with the people who bring it up. That's
And
what
again,
they
it's
mean.
an empty argument. It's an empty argument because you can't substantiate it. You can't prove it.
Well, I'm not. I'm just saying what they think.
And I'm establishing that their argument is bullshit.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like that debate, but I think it went on for long enough. So
Again, blame this guy. Blame him.
Listen, I like playing devil's advocate for stuff I don't agree with. It's fun.
I like that as well, Cole. I liked your argument, guys, but now we can move on. So,
Yes, because Marvel is bored and wants to actually participate.
Oh God!
Listen, it's gonna be our longest.
I think Marvel had a nap.
It's gonna be our longest stream
He
yet.
woke up and go, "Is this fucking moron still screaming? Jesus Christ! Is this guy up here never shut the hell up?"
Okay. So anything going on your channel, Jaded?
Yes, I am going to try to make a video explaining why I don't buy the bullshit fake outrage over the leaked whatchamacallit, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs picture.
Okay. Thank you very much, man. I like it.
And I'll probably make a video explaining the bullshit argument over the Indiana Jones movie.
These are great ideas, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Because it's opinions by people who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. But they got an audience. But the problem is they got an audience who are as fucking clueless as the people making the YouTube video. So.
And this is why you're entertaining, man. I like hearing your takes. Anyway, I will let you go eat. Have a good one, man, and take care. We will have you back again. So, okay, now I suggest, instead of moving to Clone Wars, I suggest we speak about Arrow, because that's a topic DC can be involved.
Okay, well,
anyway,
listen, I can be quick. Again, I don't know if I deleted my DMs because I figure I'd just tell you on stream anyway when I sent it. But yeah, I got some like food sickness this week for again another fucking sickness. I can't believe what the fuck is with me. But anyway, no, I still watched everything, but there were some things that I didn't concentrate on as much as I could have because of that, and a couple or some portions of like a couple of shows was some of them, which was Smallville and Arrow. So I won't have the most to say about that. So Marvel can rant on a bit more. But I will say, this season of Arrow was great. I really enjoyed it, and it brought back like what I liked about season 1 and season 2 so much. And with I think the quality definitely went up a bit more. It's still not as much there, but yeah, writing's a lot better. I love the action and the acting, and again, the lead performance there. I still don't really like Felicity, even if she might be an improvement, as you said, from some like season 4 and such. I still just don't like her. I think they dropped the ball with her, and I think it's too late to turn back, just like Iris in the Flash show. So yeah, and yeah, that's almost about it, but have any questions later on, ask me, but I'll let Marvel rant.
Yeah, I will have a lot of questions for you, and we will have our usual 3 worst, 3 best, and now I will let DC talk a bit. What does he think of season 5, DC?
Definitely one of the best seasons of TV ever, and it's incredible.
I agree with you. You see, this most recent watch, I actually liked it even more than any past viewing, and I think it surpassed in my books Superman and Lois first season. and I have a lot of respect for Superman and Lois first season. That was a really strong first season, and it's funny because I used to think Superman and Lois first season was better than Arrow best season, but this most recent watch actually changed my mind. I thought season 5 was amazing. Um, and in the entire season, I probably have one kind of big issue, and it's the flashbacks, because the flashbacks were amazing at first. Early in this season, they were really good, but it kind of fell off after Talia came in. So, like in the back half, like around episode maybe 13, 14, right after Talia came off, basically, when Oliver joined back the Bradfa after being trained by Talia, this is when the flashback kind of fell off for me. And it felt really like milked as much as they could because they knew that was the last season with flashbacks. So the pacing is really bad. Like in the back half of the season, in the last few episodes, like the last 6, 7 episodes of season 5, the flashback were the weakest part. Um, like the Gregor, I can't remember his name, the guy Oliver needed to kill should have died like the first time, and him just being brought back like that was just to add length to the flashbacks. As much as I really liked in episode 22 and 23 all of the action on the island with the flashbacks, I really like that, but the build up to it is not that great, and it felt kind of forced into the story, and it's not as organic as the rest. But that's like my biggest issue with season 5. What would be your issue with season 5 if you have any, DC?
It's actually kind of similar to yours. That's the flashbacks. I think because I enjoyed season four's flashbacks a lot more because they actually meant more. Season fives were just what is going on here, and that's like the only thing I did not like about season five. And I guess some of the early recruit stuff, but for me the flashbacks were the worst. The only episode that I think that they actually worked was episode 17. But apart from that, I have no issues.
I'm on board with you. 17, the flashbacks in 17 were great,
Yeah,
but
because
that's like the only really amazing episode in the back half. And I think that's even that in this episode that Oliver actually end Gregor life, I think. Uh was it? I know it's not that far there, but yeah, episode 17 had some of the best flashbacks in
yeah,
I believe the entire show.
yeah.
What about you, Cole? What would be your issues with season 5?
Hmm. I don't know if I have any that like stick out too much. I will say though, yeah, I didn't really like the flashbacks as much. I will say that, but I don't have any that like stick out for this season. It's more so just didn't do things as strongly as season one and season two. Uh, like half of it, I would say that's all. I don't. There's no like real weaknesses for me. Maybe if I'll try to like get back to you. Maybe I can think of some.
Okay, so now with the questions, what did you think of Prometheus as a villain starting with DC?
Oh, he was amazing, incredible. I just enjoyed how tactical and how crazy he was, and I just like Josh Seguera's incredible performance. Yeah.
What about you, Cole?
Oh yeah, I thought he was incredible. He's my favorite yet. Also, I will actually say this. I just thought of one. This is more so just me not like in one episode and as much in this entire season, but then enjoying the rest of it, which makes it kind of painful. Especially because I feel like this episode had a lot of potential, but that Spectre of the Gun, I did not like that episode. And I feel like if they just did better at that, then there'd be old episodes I would at least think are solid. So that's disappointing.
So, I thought Prometheus was the best villain the show had throughout its 8 season run, and I have lots of reason why. The first one, he has his own team, which is really badass. I really like that. That adds like some presence on the screen. You're like, things are going on when you just hear. Pew, pew, pew. I'm bad at trying to copy it, but something will go on there on the screen when you hear that music. Um, I don't know if it's manipulative or not, but I just like the team. The other thing I really enjoyed was the fact that he really like he was a threat, man. He was able to take out a bunch of people. He took out Church. We will talk about Tobias Church after Prometheus because I almost forgot about him. I almost forgot about talking about him because Prometheus is just that great. Um, Prometheus is not necessarily a great villain because he is able to take on people. It's what he represents and what he was able to do to Oliver. He wasn't a better fighter than Oliver by any means. He was one of the top fighter in the series for sure, but at no point whatsoever it was shown that he could best Oliver in a fight. The only way he could really get around Oliver is with his plan and having contingencies and people around him and having an idea on what to do to escape and really apply what he wanted to apply from start to finish, using distraction and everything he could use. Because he was not a better fighter than Oliver. He was a better fighter than most people in the show, making him a threat, being able to take on like Curtis, take on Diggle, take on even Oliver at some extent, because some of the fights are really close, but Oliver's clearly the best one. The reason why Prometheus is that good, it's because he has that belief. He wants to break Oliver. And he broke Oliver, let's be honest. Like, what I like the most about that season is the villain won. Yes, Oliver got a win of his own, but that's not a win on surface. Like, on the surface, Prometheus clearly won because he broke Oliver. Oliver took off his Green Arrow suit for a few episodes. He really broke Oliver. Like, Oliver went back at using the Bradfa. Oliver did lots of things because of Prometheus, and his Bradfa captain tattoo was destroyed by Prometheus, taking a piece away from his past. And Prometheus also broke the illusion of Oliver about his own father. He was like, "Oh, my father wasn't perfect," but then he learned that his father off someone, and it's kind of really sad. And Prometheus is the one that forced Oliver to use Slade Wilson. Like, Prometheus did so much, and the only win Oliver really got is proving him wrong, proving Prometheus wrong by not ending him. And that's I think that's peak writing. That's really good. All of that struggle where Oliver really wants to have revenge on Prometheus, but having revenge on Prometheus means Prometheus is right, and he doesn't want to tell him he's right. I like that struggle so much. And that season is really a deep deconstruction of Oliver Queen in the Arrowverse and in the show itself. I think it's just wonderful. I like it. So, anything else to say about Prometheus, guys?
Not for me.
What about you, Cole? What about you, Cole? I guess his neighbor did something, or he forgot to like unmute himself.
Yep.
Cool. Are you there? Cool. 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 Cool.
Uh,
Cool. So I guess Cole is out for now. So I will ask you, DC. What did you think of Church as the supporting villain for like the first 4 episodes?
I just thought of him as like I guess like a forgettable villain. He's not like one of the worst villains, but he's not like one of the best either. So he's one that you're just kind of meant to forget. But yeah, I thought it was a decent slash average, not like one of the best films though.
I thought that showed a very different take because it's the same actor that played Bruno Mannheim in Superman and Lois, and seeing two opposite character, I like this. That showcased that the actor playing both Church and Bruno Mannheim, he has range. He can do different takes. He can do different characters because Church is very excited. He is smart. He's not like he is not like Prometheus smart, but he is smarter than your average dog because he understands the streets and how to rule the street. So that makes him like smarter than most dogs. But he's not the one that broke Oliver. And I also like the fact that he discovers Oliver's identity. He tries to kill Oliver because of that, and it's funny how Prometheus is like, oh yeah, you're out. I gave you like 2 warning, now you're out. It's hilarious. And the Prometheus reveal was also amazing. What did you think of the Prometheus reveal? Oh, Cole is back. So cool. What did you think of the Prometheus
It was good.
reveal?
Sorry that I was. Sorry, was I AFK for a second?
Yeah, you were AFK. Like I was asking you, do you have anything else to add about Prometheus? And now you're back.
Yeah, right. Well, no, was I AFK prior to that?
Yeah.
What other questions did you ask? Because I was just like finding something I was off.
Okay. What did you think of the reveal? Did you have seen it coming?
I wasn't like I didn't completely see it come in, but I was like, out of all the things, it's probably that. I mean, it makes the most sense. So it wasn't like I didn't quite see it come in 100%, but I wasn't like surprised either. If that makes sense.
What did you think of Tobias Church as a supporting villain?
I think it works well, and especially for what they're doing in the season.
And it's also very funny because Tobias Church, as a character, is very different from Bruno Mannheim, and
Yeah, and they need that. They need different villains. It's sort of like what was the God? It's sort of like that animated film we watched. How there are like 2 different villains, and one kind of like benefited with the weaknesses of the other. It was like this animated film. What was it again?
Can't remember, man.
I think it was like that Puss in Boots film, wasn't it? Yeah.
So
yeah, it kind of reminds me of that. So yeah, it kind of like they benefited both of each other to be like with the one supporting villain in this season with what they were doing. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
So I bring Tobias Church because it's the same actor that played Bruno Mannheim in Superman and Lois.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know it?
No, I don't usually recognize actors in like TV shows like this, like in their past roles. But
Yeah.
that's cool.
So because of that, I think it showcased that the actor has some kind of range because Bruno Mannheim in Superman and Lois is a very different character from Church in terms of how he acts toward others and the presence on screen, So I think he has some range for a actor on TV because both character feels different.
Mm-hmm.
So, what did you think of the flashbacks overall, Cole?
They were good, but I like surprisingly, despite season four being season four, I do agree with Marvel. I actually like them more in season four for some reason. It wasn't even that like the flashbacks were like that interesting in season four. I just thought they like flowed better with the tone of it all and what they were going for. And season five could have done a bit better, in my opinion.
Very interesting. So, I thought Prometheus made that season the best season of the Arrow TV show, and one of the top season of any comic book action live action TV show we covered and I've seen. I really thought that was a well done season.
Same.
So um I will go on with the great question for DC. What would be your worst 3 episode DC?
Hmm. I know Spectre of the Gun is definitely one of them. Others would be let's see. Hmm. I know it would be in episode 2 and what else? Oh, and episode 18, yeah.
18. Why 18?
I just
I'm really curious about that one.
I don't know why, but ever since even when I rewatched the episode, I did not like it because I just feel like coming off 17, which was the best, I just feel 18 was a bit of kind of like a disappointment in comparison.
Yeah. Okay. Um so what would be your top 3?
My top 3, it would be episode 17, uh episode 9, what else? And episode 16.
Episode 16. Okay. Um what about you, Cole? What would be your worst 3 episode this season?
Yeah, just 1 second. I mean, you already know one of my worst three, but
Yeah,
yeah. So
Spectre of the Gun.
yeah, that's one of them. Then the other one would be underneath.
Oh, really? Very interesting. Why?
I just how do I explain? I didn't like the acting in that one as much, and I just wasn't interested in what they went for with the story. I thought that the 2 episodes prior to that and the episode after were really good, and episode 20 didn't do a great job of like connecting them together with some good moments, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Leading to the finale, especially with the other ones. And then, like again, I'm sure some of people's might be like 19, but I actually like 19 a lot. Although there were some like technical and filmmaking issues in it, but overall, I actually kind of liked it, even if other people don't. And I also Sin Eater is definitely not one of my favorites, but it's not one of my worst either. So the third one would probably be uh, probably either episode 2 or episode 3. I feel like both of those near the beginning could have been done better. I kind of liked episode 4 though, even though it's lower rated. And yeah, I I also don't know why episode 10 is so lowly rated. I thought it was dumb. I thought episode 10 was done fine. I definitely don't think it's bottom 3 as it is online, but okay.
Very interesting. Um, so yeah, what else in your top 3? Can you recap your top 3? I zoned out for a sec.
Oh, sorry. Top 3 would be uh, honestly probably 17, 9, and 22.
Oh, very interesting. Why 22?
Because I think just actually, hold on. Which one is that called again? I want to make sure I have the right one.
Missing. 22 is missing. The one where Oliver joins up with Malcolm to free
Oh, okay.
Prometheus from the Argus so
Yeah,
they can
yeah,
save
yeah, yeah.
William.
Right. Yeah. I thought the writing and acting in that was some of the best in the season, and same thing with the finale episode, but just under that for me. But yeah, both of those two episodes. So like, I wish I would just put them both together. But yeah, but again, there's many to choose from. Like, there's also Checkmate, I guess, and then of course Invasion. A lot of people like the parent, but yeah,
Yeah,
but it
that's
doesn't
the
really
one
count.
Invasion. That's the 100th episode of the show. That's why it feels like a party for the show.
Yeah, but and then also God, Human Target was good as well, but there's also one that I think was kind of an underrated episode. I think that was, yeah, Honor Thy Fathers. I thought was actually kind of underrated. I think it gets some people list off flaws with it that I don't think it quite deserves. Like, I think Fight and Fire with Fire deserves more flack than episode 20 does.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I mean 21.
yeah, I agree with that. Um, So before I asked the both of you my worst three and my top three, and then reveal it, I'd like to really share something about season five and why I also think it's a really good season. They gave really good material to Felicity and Diggle because they go crazy that season for different reasons, and it makes sense. Like they Diggle cannot see his son, and that's the point where he is broken, and he feel guilty about killing his brother, which was one of the most stupid thing about season four, I believe. But they did something good with that, and John and Filthy being corrupted by the Crusade the same way the Crusade corrupted Oliver is very interesting. Um, so at some extent, you can see why Prometheus wants to take his revenge on Oliver and why he says everything he touches dies. Because if Felicity and John Diggle were not part of Oliver's crusade, their life would be simpler, like Diggle would never have found out about his brother, he would have never killed him. Felicity would have never have involved like her boyfriend into a criminal investigation. So that aspect is really cool. I really liked it. And Curtis loved drama. I don't really care about drama usually, but here, you gotta feel sorry for the guy. So season five did a lot of great stuff, and I think this is one of the best season for Felicity. Um, she really gets good material there. Um, so with that being said, I will let Cole guess what would be my worst three episodes.
Uh, let's see. Maybe Vigilante. I mean, I'll do that. Baratva and Spectre of the Gun. I'll go with those ones, but I also
Very,
wouldn't be surprised if Second Chances was on there. But yeah, those
very
three.
interesting. So Bradva, Vigilante, and Spectre of the Gun. I like your guess. That's funny. I really like your guess. What about you, Marvel? What do you think would be my worst three?
Hmm. I I think episode 20 is one of them. Let's see. Probably episode 19 and probably 14.
Oh, that's funny because both of you only got one, and that's a different one. Okay, it's time for. Oh no, not yet, not yet. Not the reveal yet. So I will ask the both of you, what would be my top three, starting with Cole.
Uh,
Top three.
top three. Okay. Let's go with what we leave behind. I'll say. Uh, uh, Capuchon, and then Lee and you.
Okay, what about you, DC?
My choices are literally the same as Cole's.
Yeah, I was thinking about human target maybe, but decided not to.
I like your takes, guys. The both of you know what I like. What I dislike, it's you hit some of the nerve, but not all of the nerve. But guys are right about my top three. So now I will screen share the tier list.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you see, I was thinking of saying 20 because that's one of my bottom three, but the way you said it made me think that wasn't one of your worst. Was that a swerve?
So the
Sin
worst.
Eater.
The worst of season 5 is Sin Eater. I cannot stand that episode. That one, I've seen it twice, and that was more than enough for me to skip it each time I rewatch the show. So, first of all, I really hated Beyond Redemption, and they brought back the same stupid character from Beyond Redemption. Not only they brought her back, but they brought back Cupid Stupid. So it's like the perfect team up of really shit ass character. You're like, bruh, why? Why are you putting me through that
Yeah,
pain
I
and
mean,
suffering?
that was definitely like bottom four, but I mean that was like four for me, but I thought there was just three worse ones.
You know, that's hilarious. I would rewatch Miss Bees over this shit. I would even rewatch like the painful finale of season 4 over this shit. I really ate Sin Eater. It's like the perfect example of a filler episode because I skipped it and I didn't feel like I missed anything.
Okay, well, hold on now. Okay, so listen, so I got Spectre of the Gun. He got the Sin Eater. All right, but for your third one now, you put there's two that are kind of tied, but Vigilante is fourth. Can you please explain to me how?
I will explain shortly.
How is Human Target worse than Vigilante?
I will get into it shortly. I need to send the link back to DC because he has issues with his mic or something.
Okay.
So I will send the link again. Okay, he is back.
Okay, that's better.
Okay, now you can hear me. Do you?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, let's talk about the questions of Cole. So, Human Target and Vigilante for me are on the top of the 8.5 because they both got issues and they got the same amount of issues.
Yeah, I know. I think Vigilante's worse. I don't know how he can.
I didn't take any notes. Just like any other the topic, I really know. All I can say is each time I had an issue, I took off points like my normal grids, and they just happen to have the same amount of issue. Now, what I can say and remember, in Vigilante, one of my issue would probably be it's a filler episode, and some of the dialogue would probably be an issue about Oliver being like um, an opposite to like not necessarily an opposite, but speaking about is Green Arrow life to his new girlfriend without really giving it away. But I think that may be one of my issues. Um, ah, Vigilante cannot freaking aim. People cannot freaking aim. Like half of the time they're like pew 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 pew, nothing hit anyone. It's like, bro, why? Human target. There's one crystal clear issue I got that I remember is they shot the chest instead of the head of the human target. It's hilarious. I'm like, bruh, you want to kill someone, headshot that person. But then that would defeat the purpose. You would just send someone else to die. It's kind of sad. Um, I'd say flashback maybe because even if I liked the flashbacks in the first half of the season, sometimes flashback I felt like they were dragging on a bit the episode. Even if I really liked, like, I think they do matter a lot, and I like the flashback in season 5 much more than 4 or 3. I'd say flashback in 1 and 2 are more solid, or no, I'd say 5 and 1 are actually on par. I think 5 has slightly better flashbacks than 1, but season 2 is clearly the season with the best flashbacks for me. Um, what else? Episode 5, um, people probably didn't know how to aim. um, yeah, that's what I can remember. However, there's one I do remember: Spectre of the Gun. So Curtis, oh my, Curtis was disgusting. I really hated Curtis that week. It's like he wants to push down people throat his ideas. It feels like that intrusive writer in the writing room that's like, I need myself insert in your show. Look, I'm anti-gun, and USA are dangerous because everyone carries a gun, or they can carry a gun. So I should be on board with Curtis, right? We share kind of same ideas, but the execution of it is awful. And I also think Team Arrow is so hypocrite because Team Arrow is using guns. So they cannot talk about gun control when like half of the team is using guns. It's like Deagle uses guns, Wild Dog uses guns. It's like, bruh, bruh. Um, yeah, I thought some of the politics were fine because they were good at showing both sides, but the execution of it is horrendous. I think the idea is there, but not well used at all. So yeah, I really liked that season. Most of the episodes stand in like 10 or 9.7, 9.5. Uh, Disbanded to A Matter of Trust are all 9.5. Honor the Father and Bradfa and the others are 9.7 for me. So this means I most likely only had one issues with these episodes. And we got the top 4 episode with tens. The Recruits, What We Leave Behind, guys guessed it. Capuchon, guys guessed it. And Lian Liu, guys guessed it as well. Now I've heard both of you actually not really liking the Recruits. I will try to defend it a bit. Um, this episode showcased growth with Oliver and the team itself. Because at first they don't really trust him. And it's normal. He wears a mask. He is abusive, and he screams and he beats them down. He's like the worst person you want to lead you. uh, I really like that aspect, and I'm like, Oliver was always abusive that way, but the thing is, with John Diggle, Tia, and the others, they knew him. That's why they trusted him. Uh, and the flashbacks there were very relevant. They kind of explain and excuses Oliver inappropriate behavior toward the recruits, and it's also growth because now he comes to turn to, okay, I need a team, and I will fulfill Laurel's wish for me to have a new team. So that's why I liked Recruit a lot. I really had no issue whatsoever with the episode. Season 5 is a masterpiece for me. I like it so much. I think I would just any day I would just go rewatch it because I like it so much. Anyway, I think it's time for us to give the grade. Except if guys have question or would like to add more to this.
And not for me.
Okay, so what would be your score out of 10, starting with Cole?
8.
8. What about you, DC?
A 10.
Oh, I like your score. For me, this is a 9.7 out of 10. 9.7 because it's not quite perfect. It's not like on Superman and Lois third season level, but it's 9.7. And I remember giving Stargirl second season a 9.7. I'd say they are equals. Maybe I will give a slight edge to Stargirl because Stargirl, it's more about like me having nitpicks toward the show than having actual issue. But here again, Arrow fifth season as well. Um, yeah, I'd say Stargirl second season is slightly better than Arrow's fifth season, but I had a blast. I'm glad guys enjoyed it. Um, so, next we will talk about my adventures with Superman, episode 1 and 2. And I will stop the screen share. So, who wants to start on Superman and Lois? Not Superman and Lois, my adventures.
Oh.
Same shit, bruh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll start, but yeah, did reviews about this already on K-Dot's channel, but yeah, decided, since this was only like 5 episodes and it's out right now, might as well watch this on the side since we don't have 5. We only are covering like 3 or 4 other TV shows, I guess. Because it's episodic, but yeah, this is when I first saw the advertisements and trailers for it. I thought it was going to be kind of just like a weird like attempt at like trying to do like like a fucking anime pleasing Western audiences attempt at like a show with Superman, but I know it was also kind of weird why it was on Adult Swim, but yeah, I watched it and I kind of enjoyed it. I do have gripes with it now. Only the first episode though. I really loved the second episode a hell of a lot more than the first episode, but the main thing is some of the animation. I do think they take a shortcut with at points, and I also would have liked it if there was just like a whole 6 episode in this season, just prioritizing over, focusing on his childhood. But I guess it wasn't the route they took with it, I guess. But what I really like about this though is after all the bullshit we went through, with Man of Steel and other shit, they finally gave us another Superman film, with him younger, that shows what it's supposed to be like with the classic character of him learning to do these things and, what he represents and doing all the smaller things. And it has the spirit of it. And in comparison to other things in the past, it isn't too special, but because of all the shit we've been fed recently, it's pretty great in comparison, and it's making a lot of people understand why the character is so good again right now. And yeah, I think they did a good job with that. And I also like the shot at fucking the Snyder cultists in episode 2 with the trunks. Good on them for that. All right, fuck you, keep the trunks. But yeah, I find the characters likable, interesting. Again, I think some of the one gripe I have with it is it seems like the characters without powers, it's like they'll fucking dodge everything perfectly, like they're ninjas. But then the one point, but then they'll just like randomly like not at one point, even though at every other point before it they could easily do it. Like for example, in episode 2, it's like they were dodging all those cars and lasers being thrown at them, but they just for some reason didn't run away to the side when that one car was about to land on them that one time for some reason, just so then they can have the shot of Superman, catching it. It's like, wouldn't it have been better and more logical just like have a scene where like maybe like their leg gets trapped in like rubble and they can't move, and then that explains why you had to go catch it and rescue them. But nope, I guess not. But yeah, so there's some like a small, tiny, like illogical things like that in the show, and there's some gripes with the animation at points, but yeah, overall I do enjoy it, and I really like the villains in the second episode, and I also like how it's not some stupid like cliche thing they usually do in a lot of comic book shows where it's like the character of like Lois like falls in love with like both the Superman character and Clark, like they do in a lot of fucking superhero shows where it's like they both fall in love with the person outside of the costume and in the costume, which causes issues. Like that thing's so cliche and has been done so many times before. But in this one, nope, just mainly cares about Clark. That's it, which I like. Not going the cliche route really, which you'll also see a bit more in episode 3, I think. But yeah.
I have a side note here. It's not an issue, it's really a side note. They gender swapped everyone. And I think I know why they did this shit.
I think you mean race swap.
Yeah, race swap, sorry.
Yeah, well, not Clark, but yeah, I mean, they made Lois Asian and then Jimmy black, but yeah.
If they race swapped everyone, it's to get the crowd that hates SGW's Orny. They wanted to make them nuts, They're like, they will hate our show. They will talk about our show. Oh, we race swapped everyone. Wait, Lois is really Asian?
Yeah, for some reason the animation makes her kind of look like Hispanic, but no, it's supposed to be Asian.
What the
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah, but
why?
I don't know, but it's whatever. I mean, it's a different take. It's just an animated show. I don't really care, but
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, I do like the character interactions. Think they were kind of fun. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It isn't the greatest show, and I do think again, like I said, my gripes with it, and I just don't think it's like too special or anything we haven't like seen before. I think people like K-Dots and Nerdman overrated a bit just because we've had so much shit fed to us recently involving Superman, like Man of Steel, that this is newer to them again, and like seeing this again, but in comparison to other stuff before, not so much, but still, it's very good overall. I would say it's good. Whether it's better or not than so far at least than Superman and Lois.
It's not. It's not.
Well, the overall show, like the 3 seasons, no, but there is one season I do think it's better so far than it.
Season 2.
Yeah, but the overall show, no, because season 3 was excellent, so no, but
I also think season 1 was excellent. It's really season 2
season 1 was great as well.
Season.
Yeah, like this is more of like a very good one, and then season 2 was like a solid one, but not, Yeah, so but yeah.
The weak link. Second side note, coming into it, I was a bit worried. I'm like, my adventures with Superman. So does this mean
it does go by quickly, though. I will say that the episodes go by quickly.
Yeah, I was worried a lot. I was like, okay, is it a show where Superman will be sidelined, where he will be a supporting character, and we get like Lois or Jimmy as a main character? I was really worried about that, but it's not that case with the first two episodes at least. If it turns into that, I will not necessarily hate it, but I will lose lots of interest because I like my superhero TV shows. You know, like okay, that's an interesting take. Your focus is not on the hero but the sidekicks, but I just don't tune in to watch like Jimmy taking pictures or Lois writing or articles. As much as I like Superman and Lois, I don't watch these shows to see the sidekick or the supporting cast being the main cast.
Let's see.
I think Superman and Lois is great at balancing both Clark and Lois and Superman and Lois. I think they had the perfect balance with the characters, and it really feels like a Superman and Lois TV show. And I like the idea. The idea is really good. But my adventures with Superman, even if they take some risk, even if that may seem interesting, I won't tune in to see Lois doing something. You know, it's not because I don't like Lois. It's because I like my comic book stuff to be comic book. You know,
Mm.
uh,
I'd say, oh, surprisingly has like an 8.7 on IMDb right now.
I'm not saying it's bad, but that was a worry coming into it.
Oh yeah,
And
no, I wasn't. Yeah, just I just like saw that randomly though, so I was like, oh shit, because last time I saw it was like only like a 7.8, so shit, it like flew up there.
that's probably because of the anti-SGW crowd that hated the shit because Lois is Asian apparently.
Oh yeah, no, I saw like in a reaction video from one of them, and they were freaking out hard at first because the first shot of her in the with the shadow made her look like more black, and so they were freaking out
I
in
will
the
say
reaction
one
video.
thing about Lois. Um, I don't like her airs. It doesn't feel like Lois. Lois always had these long airs. Now I say that, but Smallville had short airs as well. But she was a redhead, or at least she tainted her airs
Yeah.
kind of dark.
I mean, I don't really mind it. Again, different take, but I mean, I think as long as it you know, I like she's had similar hair to that before at some points, but
Yeah,
now
I'm not the
obviously red
biggest fan
hair
of
more
that.
so.
Like
I mean, what I will say, I think it works for what they're doing with the animated show. That's all.
yeah,
But you know, if it was like live action, no.
yeah. But here again, that's another side note. Lois airs like it's not an issue whatsoever. It's more like side note. I don't really like it. So I because even if it's a side note as I said, so I won't take away any points for that. But I just don't feel like she is really Lois on a physical aspect, like on a psychology, on a characterization standpoint. She is Lois. That's why it's kind of fine. She looked different, but yeah, that she will never be my favorite Lois. Um, she already has that bullet in the foot. Um, so um, I guess we can dive deep into episode one. You already mentioned lots of stuff.
Yeah,
Is
I
there?
basically talked about like episode 1 and episode 2
Yeah,
mainly. So yeah, you guys can like dive in more.
yeah. So DC, what would be your issues with episode one? Starting off with episode one.
Hmm. My issues. I know I had a few. Just trying to remember it. Hmm. Hmm.
Some of them involve like the robot stuff, or no?
Oh no.
Maybe
No.
next time DC takes some notes somewhere, you won't
Yeah,
lose
yeah.
it.
It's just because I watched this very early in the morning.
Okay.
I think one of my issues was, I guess at first, and I guess this is for both the entire 3 episodes, I did not like how Lois was constantly just so mentally obsessed with just that certain story. Um, but I mean, it did lead to some great moments with Perry, who is by far my favorite character. But he's just that boss who's like, "Get out of my office! I don't care about your incredible story."
Yeah, I mean, they're basically like trying to do sort of like an invincible feeling thing with it to an extent.
Yeah. Other things I didn't enjoy about both these episodes were I didn't like how they kind of made it kind of obvious that Clark was at least coming up with random excuses. Like, I think even on, and this is not me defending Supergirl, but I think even on Supergirl they came up with better defenses. But even then, Supergirl was just trash. I just did not like the how they did it in this one. But I guess that's more of a nitpick. But as for things I enjoy, I enjoyed a lot. I like how in some of the episodes, Lois kind of gets into trouble, and Clark just overreacts, saying, "You did this on purpose." These reactions were funny. I think Lois and Clark's dynamic, I think is cute. I'm not sure if that's the right word to say, but it's
It
definitely
kind of is, yeah.
all right.
Yeah,
But
good
yeah,
chemistry as well with the characters.
yeah.
Also, just remember he hasn't seen episode 3 yet, but
Oh, oh,
yeah, just the other two
Yeah, I
episodes.
only have
oh,
seen
Yeah,
episode one
I
and
will
two.
say
oh.
though, since you've seen episode 3, I will say though, without spoiling, yeah, the new just like side characters they introduce in episode 3 just for a bit of a conflict I didn't care for, and I just didn't like
Yeah.
Marvel. I don't know if you felt the same. I just was just like, okay, I don't care. Bye.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess, but yeah,
I don't know if you agree or disagree, but yeah, I mean, we can
but
discuss
yeah,
that on the next stream.
yeah.
That
We can.
that's also why I marked down episode one, two.
Oh
Just
no,
so that you know.
it's yeah.
But
I
that's
know.
fine.
I thought you at least had watched episode 3 at the
Nah,
very least.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't
we
have time.
started late, so we're doing episode 1, 2, then 3 to 4, and then 5 is the finale.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
and even Black Mirror, I didn't add time to watch all of the episodes in season three. I only had time for one, sadly. Did you have time to watch any of the episode in season three?
No, no.
Okay.
I didn't have time to watch Black Mirror.
Okay, yeah. Which one did you watch?
Why not spoiler the one with the likes, the reputation.
Oh, okay, yeah, that one. Yes, okay.
I
Yeah,
think
so
that
yeah,
was one of the weakest so far.
yeah, no,
Uh,
that wasn't one of the strongest ones in that
yeah,
season for sure.
yeah.
But yeah, the
So
others are pretty strong for the most part.
yeah.
Especially this one, which I think might be in the next season though. Yeah, definitely try to focus on that though for the next one. I'm pretty sure you've seen like all the sequel films and such of Star Wars.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, actually, I will rewatch them because the third one I haven't seen it. Episode nine, I haven't seen it.
Oh
And
well.
episodes
No,
7 and 8, I can't even remember them. I
okay.
have
Well.
seen 7 and 8. I remember disliking 8.
Okay.
Uh, so that's as far as it goes.
Okay. Well, again, for next stream, yeah, we're taking just a short two week break from like the what do you call it, the like the CW and then comic book
Well, I
things
I
mostly.
I marked down for next week what I had in mind, and then you can build the schedule
Okay.
for
Well, yeah, it's because what I was
after
thinking
next
though
week.
is we need to get. I was thinking for like the next 2 weeks. I don't know what you wrote down, but for the next 2 weeks, we continue doing adventures with Superman and Black Mirror. But for the other like 2 to 3 slots, we just do all the Star Wars shows for the next 2 weeks quickly because they're short seasons. They're like 6 to 8 episodes each,
Yeah,
each show to see or season of them, and so we can just like get get the mold done with quickly in those 2 weeks, and then continue with the CW and other comic book shows right after that, just so we can get that out of the way. And since we don't have it like trailing along for a while after we already finished the films.
Yeah. So here's what I marked down: Mission Impossible 1, 2, 3, Star Wars 7, 8, 9, My Adventures with Superman 3, 4, Arrow season 6, Supergirl season 2, Smallville season 3, Black Mirror season 3, and that's the schedule for next week. So I will let you do the schedule for after next week, basically.
Okay,
So
yeah. Well,
so August 1st and upward.
yeah. Well, I'll send you like what.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was typing something up. I'll just like send you what it was basically in DMs, and you can look at it. But yeah,
Keep in
anyway.
mind we had Mission Impossible 4, 5, or 4, 5, 6, depending what else you plan for the week of August.
Oh yeah, no. We have that for 4, 5, 6 there, and then
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We have that written down.
Yeah. Well, 1, 2, 3 is next week. 4, 5, 6 will be following week, or
Yeah,
4, 5,
I
or
know.
depending how you arrange stuff. But on the
Yeah.
week of August 1st, 5 movies. So arrange it the way you want. At least one, maybe two Mission Impossible. So we will be about to finish Mission Impossible.
Yeah, no. I'll just send you what I
Yeah.
wrote down just now. It'll be done
So
in like 5 seconds. But yeah, continue.
As you mark that down, I will move on with my adventures with Superman. Except if you'd like to share something else, DC.
Yeah, not for me. And I apologize for quote unquote spoiling it. Just
Oh, that's fine, bro. That's fine. To be honest, I have a fish memory. I need to see it. Like when I only hear about something, usually I tend to forget.
Oh.
Except if guys go in detail, now I remember having details, but
Oh.
So I sent
like-
you in DMs. This is what I was doing. So you let me know what you think of it, and if you
Yeah.
want any changes.
yeah.
But again, I was thinking of just doing that break with the other TV shows, just so then in those 2 weeks we can get done, which is every live action Star Wars thing, and then continue with the Smallville Supergirl right after that.
The shows are the one thing I would move to August 1st. So the movies is just fine for next week, but the shows I'd suggest we still cover some DC stuff for next week, because I need something to remember. Like we will have only 2 more season of Arrows. We will have like the worst season of Smallville. I feel like covering Arrow season 6 next week is kind of important, and I think next week is maybe the last week where it's sure DC will be with us. And
right. So basically, you want me to sort of like you want me to like basically for like the August 8th date with like the TV shows right now, sort of like switch them around to July 25th.
Yeah, because
start doing the Star Wars shows the week after, because DC could be only here like for sure guaranteed for 1 more week. So
yeah,
and he hasn't seen the Star Wars shows.
Yeah, and DC, and on top of that, DC has a very hot take on Arrow season 6, and I like your take, DC.
Okay, so yeah,
that's why it's
basically
that important for me.
Okay, so basically, though, just this basically the August 8th shows you see right there for Smallville, Supergirl, and Arrow. What I'll basically do is I'll just I'll switch out Mandalorian season 1 and 2 and Book of Boba Fett and insert those 3 into the middle slots there, but with Black Mirror and Adventures of Superman still there. And then on August 1st, it will be the 2 weeks with the Star Wars stuff with everything else. That's what I'll basically do. Okay, I'll edit that later after this.
And I basically said it for next week, basically. So we got
no. So yeah, I also need to
it's mainly August and upward.
Would he be here for August 1st?
Well, depends on DC. You're always welcome. I need to
Yeah.
reinforce that you are always
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah.
It's just you if you have technical difficulties or if you just cannot make it because you just moved, or if anything. That's
I
why
was
we
saying 'cause I thought his plane ticket was on the first, so that's why I was saying
yeah.
to start
Oh
just
yeah, yeah.
over stuff on
We're
the
not
first.
we're not sure if the ticket how expensive the tickets are. So if
Oh,
for two people, yeah. But if it's for one, yeah, it should be available. But yeah, I'll give you guys updates on the 31st or the 30th of July.
Yeah.
okay. Well,
And
okay. I'll
as I said, DC, you always have your slot with us. Your spot with us is always there. It's
Yeah,
just a question of if you can or can't, and we fully
yeah,
understand if you can't. You know, like
yeah,
I consider you a good friend, and I think season 2 was amazing of our
yeah,
podcast because you were there for most of it. And
yeah,
season 3,
yeah.
every week you were with us. I liked it a lot, and I think
yeah,
we'll feel the same. I think.
yeah, yeah,
So you will always have your spot. Never worry about that. Um,
yeah,
so yeah, it's like we want to make sure some of the topics you're there to cover it with us.
yeah.
So to go back to my adventures with Superman, um, my first issue, not all of the humor land. I will actually have another side note because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, what's the target audience of this animation? Like
It's basically going for it's by a Korean studio. It's going for a mix of both Western cartoon animation and anime combined together, basically. And I don't think it's bad. I just think they took some shortcuts with things that were in certain scenes, mainly in episode 1 and episode 2. I actually think they did it and did a good job, which is why I liked it the most. And in episode 3 was 50-50 with it. But there has been some like French studios though who have done that Western animation combined with anime animation better, and I
yeah,
wish they did that instead. But
I asked that because I will give a perfect example. Invincible was clearly aimed at young adult. It's not something I would show my half brother because he's still a teenager. I consider him a bit too young for Invincible. Maybe 2 years from now, he would be old enough for Invincible. I think, um, but my adventures with Superman, I just cannot tell if they aim at a younger demo or at the young adult. That's the weird thing about that. That's a bit odd. And I won't hold it against the show at all. That's why it's a side note. I'm just wondering, did they aim at the 6-12? Did they aim at the 12-18? Did they aim at 18 and upward? I have no clue. I don't know. Um, and I think it matters for animation because you can then hold it against it. If they aim for a younger demo, I maybe the humor will be better. Maybe if it's meant for like 6-12, they will find funny what I didn't find funny. That's also why target audience do matter. But
yeah,
again,
basically.
that's a side note.
I mean, I never thought it was like going for like laugh out loud humor or anything, but it's like it's sort of like how do I say it more so going for like the charmin and
Yeah,
route, and I do think it like lands that most of the time personally.
yeah. Next up would be Superman control over his powers isn't consistent. Early in the episode, he breaks door handles. Later, he dodges lasers. Do you see where I'm getting at? It's like sometimes when the plot wants him to be goofy, he will be goofy, and other times he will be effective and good and strong. And that bothers me, man. I'm like,
Mm.
I mean, I think mainly the first episode, like near the beginning, what they were just going, they were basically just given like a sort of like a homage to that stuff and like the other Superman man stuff with him, just like struggling with that basic stuff because in the other episodes, it doesn't happen really at all after that. So I think it was just mainly just going for that like homage in the opening of the first episode, and that's it. And then the rest of it kind of stays consistent with then him like when his friends are like in really danger, then like discovering new things, when he like gets desperate to try to save them. So I think outside of like the beginning, which was more of like an homage, I think it's kind of more consistent, I would say.
I For me that's an issue. It's like saying, okay, Oliver, you know how to aim when you need to hit someone, and suddenly, you're not drugged or anything. You just decide to miss someone because Plus wants you to miss someone.
Well,
Like,
I don't
bro,
think it really did that though, because he wasn't like bad at certain points. He was always like kind of good during all those scenes. It was just
well,
like the very
breaking door
beginning.
handle, bro. It's like,
Yeah, no, but yeah, like it was just him struggling with like basic things like that in the very beginning of the first episode. But they give like that respect. But outside after that, it was consistent the whole way through, and never like being stupid with the powers or something, like just like being shit at random points.
and he's also scared to crush people ends. So that showcases he's not in full control of his powers. So because he's not in full control of his powers, why should he be able to dodge stuff? That's just how I see it. Because I'm fine with him not being at full power. It's okay, but the justification is not good enough for me. That's my issue. It's like, yeah, writer want it to be easy, so sometime he will be the best Superman ever, and other time he won't.
Yeah. Well, in my defense, they kind of put in the episode early on the first episode, where early on, Clark actually learns how to use super speed. Uh, so I think that's why later on he's pretty good at dodging stuff. But as for breaking door handles, he's not. He still has no control over how to um how to not showcase his powers while he's in public. That's
Yeah,
kind of my defense and how I kind of see it.
interesting. So, the other issue, the robots can't aim. I'm pissed. I'm bothered by it. Our biggest sin most of the time, especially in season 5, most of my 9.7, it's because at some point someone was like, oh yeah, I will miss you because I need to miss my target. You know me, guys. It's not the only thing I criticize that way. Um, Outside of that, I enjoyed episode 1 quite a lot. I enjoyed the fact that in the flashbacks, Clark is learning how to fly, and it's not really natural, and get control over it after jumping. That was cool. I liked it. I thought a lot of the humor landed, even if some didn't. Most of it landed. Lois being flawed was cool. Or using the boys was really cool. It was like woman-like. Woman use men, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
The robot chasing after Lois and Jimmy was cool. There was action sequence versus the robot was cool. Lois saying she's sorry for being selfish. I like that because she's self-aware. She got some kind of growth in 20 minutes. She recognizes she has an issue. Will she change it? I don't know. But the sole fact that she recognizes it is really cool. She's authorized to have flaws, and she's authorized to tell other characters it's wrong to have her behaviors. And I like that. That's great. So when it comes to episode 1, I would give a 8 out of 10 because the issues I have wait something. So what about you, Cole? What would be your grade out of 10 for the first episode?
I'd give it like a 7, around that, or a 6.5.
What about you, DC?
Hmm. I'm probably gonna give all the episodes I've seen a 9 out of 10.
Oh, that's cool. So Moving next, episode number 2. What would be your issues with episode 2, DC?
Oh, I kind of listened when I said off in episode 1. I just did not like Lois. What is? I guess it's still the same push that I had for episode 1. I feel like some of Clark's like that sickness thing he said that he couldn't go, I felt was a little off, and I definitely didn't enjoy that. Anything else? Not at the top of my head.
What about you, Cole? What would be your issues with the second episode?
I mean, I pretty much already kind of said them in the when I was kind of discussing both episode 1 and episode 2, so I kind of already said them. But again, just like small things here and there, like sort of like like the side characters can just like Lois and Jimmy could just like perfectly dodge everything, but then at one random point, just because the plot needs it, for him to then like come and like catch the car or something, they'll then just decide at that one moment not to just easily move to the side like they were doing like fucking ninjas throughout the rest of the scenes, instead of just having something like your leg getting caught by rubble or something. But yeah, besides stuff like that, and I thought this was an amazing episode, way better than the first one. I thought the animation was a hell of a lot better. I thought there was even better with the characters and everything, and the action and the villains and stuff, and not really any like logical flaws outside of that, of of like minuscule things like that. I thought that, and I think I've seen episode 3 as well. Episode 4 should be coming out, I think, like 21st or something, I believe. But yeah, I think out of all the ones I've seen so far, though, this is definitely my favorite.
Okay, so in episode 2, I only got one issue. A plot convenience. Lois and Jimmy just happening to leave the tunnel near the villain when they had a meeting. I was like, brah, how convenient they just turn up there as they have that meeting. I was really rolling my eyes.
I mean, well, yeah, that is a convenience. Yeah, I mean, it is the convenience that they got there, but while they were having the meeting,
Yeah.
I mean, it is a convenience, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, the only way I can think of maybe like defending that would be that they happen to have, okay, the time that like they were out free to then have the meeting, and the time that they were also like free, out of like with college and stuff or whatnot or whatever they were doing, you know, happens to be the same exact time, and that it's realistic to real life. So that's the only explanation I could come up with the plot convenience. But otherwise, yeah. I mean, to be fair though, I mean I don't think it would have changed too much though, because they still would have been following them and eventually just caught up to them, but just not both of them at the same time. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. So that was my only issue. I thought flashback were cool. I thought the funny stuff was funny. Jonathan was a great Jonathan. I liked it. The action sequence was cool. Clark learning about his past was cool. I was really invested. I thought episode 2 was much better than episode 1. And I think I would give episode 2 a 9.7 out of 10. What about you, DC?
9 out of 10.
And what about you, Cole?
Like a 9.25. And what did you give episode 1 again?
8.
Okay.
So I got hooked with the second one. Second one was like, oh, that's a good one.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward for the next few ones. I hope they will be as good.
Yeah, also, let me know in the DMs I edit it. Again, let me know if like that's right, or you wanted me to push back the things on August 1st and August 8th to the TV shows to another day.
Oh, I'm looking into it right now because we talk about it right now.
I added
Uh,
it up like that. Also, the Black Mirror episodes obviously aren't proper because you guys need to catch up on them. So I'm just gonna
well,
edit the whole.
Black Mirror, we should like mark down episode season 3, episode 2 to
Yeah,
6.
yeah, again, that isn't the Black Mirror parts aren't fully accurate because of all
Yeah.
that, but
I
just ignore
I
that one. I'll do that
yeah.
later.
The flavor of it, I like it. Okay, that looks really good. I really like the flavor of it. Now I look at August. Man, that's amazing. August 8th, I'd say
Well,
maybe
yeah, that
take.
that would be like the last things for Star Wars, and then after that we continue with just the
I,
superhero stuff.
I'd say August 8th. Maybe take away one of the movies for the new Mission Impossible for August 8th. Um,
One of the movies for the new Mission Impossible for August 8th.
yeah,
Uh,
and the other thing I would change is it's 2 weeks in a row white out any DC stuff. So I'd suggest maybe August 8th we could swap with August 15th when it comes to shows. So that would be like August 15th we finish the Star Wars stuff and
okay, so you mean swap the August 8th Star Wars shows with the August 15th superhero shows? Is what you're saying?
exactly. And
Okay, that
the
works.
rest
But
works
I will
very
say though,
well.
the for the Mission Impossible film there, yeah, the reason why that's the case is because again, DC said he's having financial issues and stuff like that, so he might not be able to see it in theaters because that. So we might have to wait digitally for him to see it. So, and also possibly, but I don't know when you're going to see it. So because of that, I put it on. I saw it already, but because of that, I did put it on the schedule, but until August 29th for the
Um,
last one.
I'd say we move it to August 8th
Okay.
because I want at some extent to benefit a bit from the kind of buzz it will get for it came out like this week I think.
Yeah, okay. That works out well anyway because
Worst
I'll
case
just move like the
scenario,
band.
worst case
No, because
scenario.
I can just move like the Bandersnatch
Yeah,
film back because we need to catch up on the Black Mirror stuff anyway.
yeah.
So
And on top of that, like once DC had the chance to see it, even if it's like in 6 months or a year, then we will talk about it again. Like even if we cover it on another week, that doesn't mean it doesn't matter for us to cover it
yeah,
later
that
again.
is true.
So as much as that could be great if DC can make it, if he can't, then it's sad, but we can still work around it and have DC take later.
Yeah, that is true.
What do you think about that, DC?
Yeah, I agree.
I hope you're not feeling left out because I don't
No,
want you to feel that way.
no, I'm not.
I
It's the good thing, but yeah.
You're very important for us. You're a good friend, and we like having you, man. We will do our best to make it easier for you to join us.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I edited it there now, so that
Yeah.
should be good now. I just need to edit out the Black Mirror episodes and seasons to since we're behind. Let me know how you want to go about that, like how many episodes you would want to see while catching up, because yeah, you still have episodes, the special episode 0 whatnot from season 3, and then episode 2 to 6 of the other ones from episode 3, and then the season 4 one's the week after, which is episode 1 to 6. So tell me like how many of those you would want to see next week, and then the
Well,
week after and further along.
it's one season. Look, um, it's I enjoy covering lots of shows, right? But I work as well, so that's
I
the
know.
thing.
So how many
Uh,
episodes do you want to see of it?
uh, like I tried for Black Mirror. I next week I think I will be able to make it work if we cover the missing episode from season 3. So this week we only talk about the one I've seen, and next week we will talk about the others I haven't seen because I will watch
Okay,
them.
so the special episode and then the rest from season 3, and then the next week
Yeah,
we can try to do season 4.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I'll write that down.
Yeah,
Just okay. Anyway, just remember though the special episode. It should be labeled. If you can't see it in the season 2 episode 4 thing, it should be labeled as like a episode 0 of season 3 on your Vumo thing. If it isn't there though, then just use the movies joy thing, and it will be there under the season 3. Then they're called episode 0.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, I'll edit that. But anyway, so
I like the way we schedule things, man. That's great teamwork. You do
Yeah.
most of the heavy lifting, and I move some of the pieces around because uh, obviously we all make it together, you know. But your dedication is amazing. So, DC, I know it's getting a bit late,
Yeah.
and you haven't seen Smallville. Well, you
Mm.
have seen the pilot, but not really further that. And you haven't seen the Clone Wars, did you?
No, I've not.
Okay, so man, if you want, you're free to go, man. Thank you very much
Yeah.
for joining us. I had a blast here again. That
Yeah.
will be one of our longest
Yeah,
podcasts
it
ever.
definitely will.
I enjoyed it, man. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for coming with us. I will always repeat myself. You're the welcome. You're appreciated. Your opinion matters a lot because maybe you will reach out to other people we don't. You know, you
Yeah.
connect more with people your age than us. You know, and
And
that's
not really. I really don't connect with literally anybody my age. I'm really more my online friends, really.
well, that's fine. You still connect with people. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much, man. Anything you'd like to plug or share before leaving?
No, I don't have anything going on. Yep.
Have a good night, man. Take care, and we will talk later. And I cannot wait for next week already to
Yeah.
cover Mission Impossible with you.
Yeah. Same to you. Bye.
Take care. So it's you and I. I'd suggest we cover the Star Wars one, Clone Wars.
Right, Clone Wars, right. So yeah, as I was saying before though, again, the animated show itself is amazing from what I heard and I remember. Again, there's like goddamn like 300 episodes of it, and it's in not a live action one or anything or part of like the canon really. So even though it has like the characters and also what made Ahsoka popular before, well, and with the live action versions now, but because of that we won't be covering it. But maybe down the line in the future, if multi-topic ever runs out of like movies or TV shows involving superhero stuff he ever wants to cover, then he can recommend this one down the
Yeah.
line, and which would be fun because it would take forever to get through, so that's a lot of content. But
Yeah.
but yeah, for now though, just the film, because we decided to just cover every single Star Wars film that ever released, and this was part of it. And we had 14, so an extra slot. So I was like, might as well just to complete it completely. And also because this is considered like a prequel film. Besides one episode, there's one episode in the entire show that's considered to be like at least like in the timeline earlier than this with where it takes place. But other than that, this is pretty much like a prequel thing. So it works out as well.
It's
So you don't
probably
need-
like sometime after the first fight versus Dooku in episode 2, and sometime before Dooku death, obviously, in Revenge of the Sith.
yeah, it's basically like Axe is pretty much a prequel thing, so it works out. So you don't need to watch the show before it really. But yeah. But again, unlike the show though, this doesn't really work out. Now I don't hate the film. I think it's kind of decent, but yeah, there's a reason why the movie doesn't work on like the show, is because this was sort of just like thrown together. This almost felt like 4 random episodes they made, and then they just like combined it together with like poor editing, poor pacing, and all that, and don't really gel well together, and doesn't have like a clear direction, and just released it in like theaters and stuff for fanfare. It's really weird, but I mean, it's not bad. It's has good moments. It isn't a bad film by any means, but yeah, it's just a little weird, and because of that, yeah, it's definitely not like anything like the show. Like every review for this online is just people saying just watch the fucking show instead of this. So yeah, but yeah, it's not bad
People
though.
are harsh.
Yeah, no, it's not
Maybe
bad,
that's
but
another odd take I
I don't
got,
know. This
but
just kind of like felt like it was thrown together, though. That's just my opinion, though.
maybe I have another odd take, and maybe I will be the only one ever to defend this movie. But I thought that
People
was
do defend it, but
I believe this was a very enjoyable movie overall. So anyway, what would be your issues with it?
Let's see. Yeah. Oh, so God, everybody just says just watch the fucking show and pretend none of this existed. Jesus Christ. Again, I thought, I pretty much said all majority of them just now. So before you asked that question, so that you can just rewatch that if you want. But some other ones I can think of that I didn't mention already. Ahsoka's characters I thought was done poorly in this film compared to the show. Like and it seems like to be agreed online. It's like people are like, if you have any attachment to Ahsoka's character whatsoever, don't rewatch this movie. Yeah, because it's kind of like does her poorly, really poorly. And then let's see, what else? Fucking. Oh yeah, and the main reason why is just she's fucking really annoying in this movie. That's my opinion. Really annoying. It makes the character unlikable. It's like took like one of the most likable characters in the universe and made her so unlikable in this movie.
Maybe if I had seen,
I didn't. Sorry, yeah.
Maybe if I had seen the TV show, I would be more bothered by her. I wasn't that bothered by her. So maybe
I've seen
it's
enough of
because
it to
I
know,
haven't
but
seen
yeah.
the show.
But yeah, again, I think the action was done poorly compared to the show. And again, everything here like sounds very easy and silly. It's just a very childish feel to this film that deals with complex themes. And the show, it does it kind of poorly in the movie, but the show does it well. But in the movie, it just does it. It's a bad mix, in my opinion. Now the whole job of the and his son plot seems like an excuse to roll this movie than anything else. It's pretty unnecessary and uninteresting story. And Doku's attempts at manipulation are pretty difficult. It just makes little sense to me. I hated Zyro, Jabba's uncle. I thought that character was annoying. Yeah, it really lets down a lot of characters in this, and it doesn't have really like a clear direction. Like it's not a terrible film. Like a lot of people think this is terrible, but I don't. But yeah, it's definitely just not a good one. It's God. Like the more I think about it, the kind of the worse it gets. It's still not as bad as I think, but yeah, it's honestly feels sort of like 90 minutes of filler for the TV show. That's what it kind of feels like. It feels like just filler for like a commercial for the TV show. But yeah, and again, the animation action is just not done as well, and the sound design. But also, the director of this was one of the lead directors of the Book of Boba Fett. So along with Robert Rodriguez, John Favreau, Stephen Green, Bryce Dallas Howard, and others. So that doesn't surprise me because Book of Boba Fett was kind of fucking shit. So, him doing that too doesn't surprise me. Kind of. Anyway, that's all I really have to say. What did you think, though? Why did you like this?
I will start off my issues as usual.
Also, yeah, the sound design I thought was shit as well. Anyway, sorry, continue now.
First issue, droids can't aim. I'm pissed. Each firefight shows us how soldier can't aim. Amazing, right? Plot convenience. After jumping, Anakin was able to land on a random flying creature. I was like, bruh. I know there's a bunch of creatures like that, but the fact that he just jump and he randomly lands on one of these, it's not believable at all. It's like, bruh, you didn't even try. You're like, oh yeah, that will just happen like that. These are my only issues. I like the fact that there was a lot of action going on. Is it the best action in the series? No, by any means, but I was entertained. I was invested about what was going on. I thought Ahsoka was actually likable. Asuka not being humble was cool. I liked the music. I thought most of the humor, I should say, was funny. Doku, Ahsoka proving herself was um, relatable. I like the fact that she really wants to try hard to prove to Anakin she's worthy. I like that aspect of Ahsoka. I don't know about the show. Maybe that's character assassination if in the show she's different. I don't know.
Oh, she's way different in the show. Like in comparison, she's so annoying in this.
Okay. Fight choreography was cool. Obi-Wan versus Ventress was cool. Padme meeting with Chancellor. Dooku plan. Padme being captured. Dooku versus Anakin. I just enjoyed that movie, and it's time to clip me because I know that will be a shocking take. I actually thought this movie was better than Return of the Jedi. Hell yeah. I think some people died from an heart attack or something.
Mm-hmm. Jesus. You thought this was better than what?
More than Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, just stay indoors and you should be safe, like a zombie apocalypse. Luckily you live in a cold area, so they should freeze to death before they make it to your place.
For real, I really like that movie more. It's not as good as Revenge of the Sith for sure, but it's not as good as Empire. But I liked it more. I actually liked that movie more than a lot of the movies we covered in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's time for us to give the grades. What would be your grade?
I'll give it like a 4.
Oh my! I will sound delusional. Delusional. I will sound crazy. I give that movie 8 out of 10.
Damn.
I really liked it. What can I say?
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
And my issues, they do have a weight because
Yeah.
following my usual grid with the number of issues I got, that would be a 9. But I know that movie is not a 9. That's why I
Yeah.
gave it 8. But
Okay, now that we're down to like two topics and one mainly just an episode of one of the things we didn't finish yet, but just to say, I mentioned earlier how because of some sickness, I didn't concentrate as much on one of them. So I didn't on some things for Arrow, but for the most part, I was good with. So I was, explained a good chunk there, and then also on Supergirl. But yeah, this was the one. I watched revisited all of the Smallville season while I had that entire sickness. So I really, I'm just gonna say right now, I really don't have too much to say about Smallville season 2, but I mean, I will mainly just say the basics, like whether I like it or not. Then so just a warning there.
yeah, okay. That's understandable. So, Smallville. Um, I really liked season 2 much more than
Yeah,
one.
same. I mean,
And
I still like season 1. I didn't really agree with you, but season 2 definitely way better.
I was shocked because I always remembered season 1, 2, and 4 as being weaker. Season 3 as well wasn't that bad, but my last watch last year proved me wrong about season 3. And um, season 1 and 2, man, I have very different ideas about these two
Yeah,
seasons.
and also, I actually think the first episode in this is one of the best.
Oh, really? That's very interesting. I can understand why. Uh,
I know I saw Vortex on there. I think it was kind of low for you, was it?
um, it's not that low. Actually, you Tempest was kind of low. But um, no, I liked Vortex as well.
Okay, I thought I remembered it being in like D or something. Never mind, but
No, what was on D was Rogue.
oh, okay. But anyway, but yeah, I actually think. I mean, again, for top 3 episodes, it would
You
be.
didn't see my tier list on season 2 yet. You only have seen it on season 1
Well, I
because
saw I saw episodes that were on it, I believe, but at least from my memory, I don't know.
later season, yeah, in F tier. F tier had a later season episode, but
Oh, I see. Okay, but
that was the only tier on my tier list where I already have like episodes sitting
I
there.
see. Well,
See,
anyway, I guess my top 3 episodes would probably be the last episode 23, the first episode 1, which is pretty weird, and then the third top 3 one would probably be Red episode 4. But I also really liked Ryan episode 8 as well. And there's a lot of good ones in this though. There's also again there's one that right, Rosetta episode 17, which is the highest rated one. But I mainly think that's just the case because I mean why.
yeah, Reeves.
Yeah, but it was a top tier one, but it's not top 3 though. It's just that highly rated because of that. It's more so
Um,
like I would say like maybe top 6, top 7 instead.
I won't give away too much hints because we still do the guessing game after I talk a bit about season 2. Is there any issues you recall about season 2 for you at least? Issues
Uh,
throughout the season or
let's see. I do. Well, I do think. Well, this time there's it's like a linear story, more like in every episode, and the characters kind of like stay more the same. Like they're consistent with their things. I do think that I think it does it maybe a little too safe at times. Like I think it's like there's a certain point like from episode 1 to like the last episode where there's many characters that just don't feel like there's too much of like a change with them, and I think that's one of my few gripes with it, really. I don't know if you agree, but yeah.
Um, I got a lot of issues nonetheless. That season was much better than one, but remember my score from one, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Again, I don't know.
yeah,
Usually I would be in agreement with you. Like, yeah, it's
yeah.
sort of like a cheesy CW style show, but I guess the nostalgia is strong with me. I don't know
So
what to say.
season two, even if it's better, it has a lot of sins from me, nonetheless. So the first big issue I got, love triangle again, again. Why? Why do you want to put me out of my misery with this crap?
And yeah, again, that's part of like we've seen it in season one, and then we see it in season two, and there's not really much of a change with it by the end of it. And again,
Here-
it's sort of the same like that with a lot of characters, and that's my big gripe with the whole season.
Here's
It's like
the
the
thing.
characters don't change too much.
Here's the thing. Chloe was an actual good character in season one, but because of that love triangle shit, she's the most obnoxious cow in the show. I truly hate Chloe. Now I understand people hatred for Chloe because the fan base was very divided on Chloe. Now I understand them. And it's funny because that's the first time I ate so much Chloe, and I've seen the show many times, but this time around, she broke me. She broke me. She is the worst cow ever, bro. It's like, man. Lana, outside of like learning about her past, her roots, how she was born, she got nothing to do. Yes, she did bound with her biological father, which is cool. I like that aspect. But that's literally the only thing she has going for her in that season. And it's funny because now I fully understand the actress when she comes on podcasts and talking about Smallville. She's like, I wish my character had more agency. No shit, you wish that. Season 2, Lana and Chloe are plot device to drive the love, the romance aspect of that season. Nothing more. And this insults me, and this makes me sad, angry, all of the emotion we can get. I didn't mind Lana in season 1. She wasn't that bad. But Elle in season 2, she gave me headache. I lost brain cell over that drama at the high school. I'm speechless. The high school drama is annoying, really annoying. I truly hated this shit. Now, one good thing, when he is no more around, you did something right. He's out of the show. Now we got Lionel, a great villain I like. Thank you, Lionel, to be there. You filled a spot that was filled by someone that pissed me off so much. Lionel, you're a good character. I like you. Um, it was probably the best part of season 2. I really liked it. Um, I also like the idea of that season. That season has a lot to offer. That season has a lot of good ideas, despite that really annoying love triangle shit. It has a lot of art. Another issue I have with season 2 before I move on with stuff I liked would be a lot of episodes are filler, just like season 1. It's the same thing. It's not as many because now it feels like they try to connect more the stories, and this is the first watch I have, and I think that and say that okay, that episode I thought was filler back in the day, I actually value it much more. um so yeah, um bit too much freak of the week for me, but that was Smallville's idea like for 10 years, but I think it got better as the show went on because they were able to have more connected stories. and the freak of the week was only to like all that kind of uh, candle, I guess. Season two, man, was really good. There was a lot of cringe, eye rolling moments. I won't deny that, but some of the cheesiness, I actually accepted it because that's Smallville, and some of the cheesiness is fine. But sometimes it just go too far for me. It's like, bruh, bruh, why?
Yep. Anyway, I'm just gonna say now. I think your worst episodes are probably 9, 6, and then either 20 or 17.
I was looking into it. I only have the titles in my mind. That's why I was looking into it.
Oh,
Um,
that
repeat
would
that.
be either Witness or Rosetta for one of them, and then secondly would be Desaltic or whatever you pronounce it, Decaltic, and then Decodic or whatever, and then the final one, Redux.
Very interesting. Can you repeat the tree you would call worst?
Redux 9 is like I can't pronounce the word, just Desaltic or whatever you call it, and then thirdly it's a tie between like either Rosetta or Witness.
Very interesting. You missed the mark on all of the three. Before
Really?
I show you, um, guess on my top three.
Damn, that's surprising. Well, anyway, I guess I'll go with Colin. Mm, Red and let's see, what would the last be? And let's go with Fever.
Very interesting. So these are the three guests you got for my top three, right?
Yeah, Fever. Yeah, it was Fever, Colin, and Red.
You missed the mark on all three.
What the fuck? Okay, well,
So it will be a very interesting discussion when I elaborate and explain why. So now it's time for the screen share. Now you will have a spoiler for next season already because I've seen the first episode. Um, so there we go, Smallville. You are there. There we go. Nothing in F or E, which is amazing because a lot of episodes were in F and E with season one. So starting off with, I guess, Rush, my least favorite. Oh, before I dive deep into it, I'd like to share something about Red. It's funny how I hated Red so much for so many years. It was always an episode I used to skip, and the reason why I didn't skip it on this watch, it's because of the Talkville podcast where they talked about Red. I was like, oh, maybe I didn't understood Red correctly. Maybe I didn't give Red enough credit because of the cringe cheesiness and crap like that. So I decided this time around I would rewatch this episode. And that was actually like the first time I had seen that episode in many years. Like last time I've seen that episode was probably when it was on TV, maybe more than 10 years ago. So that's to give you an idea how much hatred I have for Red. And now I came to conclusion I didn't understood Red correctly. It's a strong episode. It's not one of the best, but it's a strong episode I really liked. And now the reason why I hate Rush, it's because they basically do the same shit as Red, But this time around with Rush, it's not as good because it feels like filler this time around. And the premise of Rush is based on many plot convenience. It's just very convenient they go buy that hole to get bitten. It's just very convenient that Clark loses the red rocks when someone takes off his shirt. It's like, bruh, uh, yeah, it's just a piss poor version of Red. That's how I see Rush. I could not stand all of the cheesiness and eye rolling moment, all the cringe. Some of it I gave it a pass, but sometimes I was like, the dialogue is so horrendous. And the center of attention of Rush is the freaking love triangle I hate. Like, most of the drama, like Clark being thrown out of the Talon, was because Lana was kind of jealous, and their entire scene in the end was like, was the true Clark. I was pissed. I was like, bruh, I ate that back and forth. That's the reason why I liked less the first few seasons. Lana and Clark drama was always something I never really liked. I thought the relationship was always toxic, and they promote that toxic relationship because this is a crush. I know they exist, toxic relationship, right? But so much emphasis on it, people defending their relationship because they think it's cute or something. It's like, bruh, it's based on lies. Uh, nah. It's just not a good relationship you can have. So yeah, Rush is just cringe inducing. And the reason why I gave it a chance, because I also remember that episode as being one I less liked. I was like, I hated Red and now I like it. Maybe I will like Rush, but no, Rush is really bad. Um, it's not F material, but that's bad. So next up would be Visage. I think it's 11 or 12. I can't remember. That's the one with Whitney, with Tina Greer. A terrible freak of the week. I truly hated in season 1, and now she's back. I disliked Whitney, and now he's back. It's like all of the things I hated in season 1 are back. Why? Why are you doing this to me? And Lana is a cow. She didn't believe Clark. She thought Clark was a jealous boyfriend. Bruh. I lost brain cell thinking of the plot and the character reaction to the plot. Oh yeah, and Clark doesn't x-ray every single person. Even if he knows Tina Greer is back, he doesn't x-ray everyone. It's like, bruh. Visage is awful. There's no forgiveness for that one. It's also a filler episode because if you skip it, you don't miss anything. Next up, Visitor. You see, the biggest sin here, I remember having 2 issues. The bullies. The bullies are one-dimensional, stupid character I truly hate. Oh, I miss Precipice. It's actually Precipice, the third worst. I always forget. But yeah, Precipice. I remember like the freak of the week that week was one-dimensional. He was a shit freak of the week. Here again, that was another filler episode. The only purpose of that episode was, oh, here's a new sheriff, and here's Lana now training. But they forget Lana trains for the rest of the show until like season 6, 7. So yeah, I didn't like Precipice. I thought that was a bad episode. Like, I'd rather watch Metamorphosis over this, or Cool, which are episodes I don't really like. So now the interesting part of my top 3. Ryan, Lineage, and Rosetta. So Ryan, I remember having one issue with that one.
I mean, that was one of mine up there, but I didn't expect Rosetta to be there for you because it did have some Chloe in it.
Yeah. Chloe didn't come across as annoying. Actually, maybe that's one of the two issues I forgot.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know.
she was one of the two issues I forgot.
Yeah, well,
You're right.
either
I
way.
hated
mean,
Chloe in that episode. I like erased that
yeah,
call.
that was like a top 5 episode for me. I just don't know if it'd be top 3. Like, yeah, I think Red is better than it, and I'm
Yeah.
kind of surprised just so Tick is that high for you. And
I like the lore. Um, I like lore building episodes. So Ryan is great. The only issue I remember would be that episode is a filler episode. As much as I liked the freak of that week and the story and what they were doing, I thought the execution was also good. It's filler. You don't need this. You can just skip it and you still understand what's going on in the show. There's like literally nothing that really mattered in that episode. Um, Next up would be Lineage. Maybe the only issue I would get is like Jonathan. Oh yeah, Jonathan is another issue I had this season. So Jonathan in season 1 ate the looters, right? In season 2, guess what? He still ate the looters. Amazing, right? Character growth, what's that? Don't know. Um, at least Lineage, they explained why, and I think that's Lineage strength, explaining why he is so obnoxious toward the looters. But then we get something really not consistent at all with Jonathan. He aided Lex for most of the time. There's only 2 moments in the entire season where he doesn't trash Lex. It's after Lex lived with them on the farm. It was like, oh, you would have made a good farmer. That was a good moment for Jonathan. I'm like, oh, now Jonathan maybe fix the issue he has with the looters. But then the week after, he's back at Lex and aiding Lex again. I'm like, bruh, why? Why are you doing this to me, show? You said you would have made a good farmer and then you trash him the next week.
makes sense.
Then 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, I can't remember, but at some point when there's that wedding with Lex and Jonathan gives the watch, I'm like, what? Why? You ate Lex? The only praise we gave him was like a month ago when he was a good farmer, but the rest of the time you're shitting on him. Why did he give him that watch? Bruh. And he's back at 18 the losers in season 3. Why? Can you give the man some growth? Oh, I lost brain cell. But yeah, Lineage, that's a tricky one. I can't really remember the issue I had, but I had most likely at least one issue because it's 9.7. My 7 is broken on my keyboard. That's why it's marked down 9.6. So as of Rosetta, now that I remember there's a lot of Chloe, she's probably one of my issues I had with Rosetta. Now, the reason why I placed Rosetta over Suspect and Vortex, I think Vortex, as much as I liked it, was really like a follow-up to season 1. It was really like closure for season 1. Like, season 2 really started with Eat. I didn't like Eat, but season 2 really started with Eat. So, yeah, Rosetta, I like the lore. I like Reeves. I thought that was organic and well written, the way Clark kind of meets Virgil Swan. And even if he has like one scene, he left that impact. The character is just very likable, and he has lots of charisma. And we also have that scientist that I think that's the episode where the scientist is like, Clark is sus. He is suspicious. Um, yeah, I think Rosetta is like a good one. I think there was also like parts of the small family drama with Lana and her father. Oh yeah, speaking of that, Henry's small wife is a cow. She had like two scenes, and I'm like, what's that shit ass character? Who thought of her? Like, she is just a cow that's jealous of a 16 years old. No, for real. She's a cow that was jealous of a 16 years old. Whatever. Um, some character don't feel like character, but they feel like plot device, and it's sad. It's very sad. So we talked in length about season two. I like the cave storyline. Also, like the fact that season two is about the origin of things. It's about the origin of the rift between Clark and Lex, because Clark still doesn't trust Lex, you know? So later on, that will be an issue, and that will be the point of conflict why they go their separate ways and they are no longer friends. In this episode, that's the origin of Clark telling his secret to someone else outside of his family, and telling everything about it, trusting someone with Pete. That's really good. That season is about how Lana was born. As much as I hated Lana that season, at least we get to know her origin story, you know? Um, yeah. I really liked it. It's also the origin story of Lex eventually becoming a villain because of his father, his relationship with his father. There's more emphasis with them. The Lionel, I'm telling you, it was the best part of season two, because he is the reason why Lex will become a villain eventually. I like Jitters a lot. I think so far Jitters is the best episode the show had, because of Lex and Lionel, and making Lionel a regular was amazing. So I guess now we can move on to the grade out of 10, except if you'd like to add or ask something.
No, and sorry that I've kind of been just muted.
Okay, so
I've also mainly been zoning out now after we've been like 5 hours into this.
yeah, that's normal. That's why I kind of rushed through it, because now I'm like, me too, I'm zoning out a bit. 5 hours, and
Yeah.
that's amazing. That's a great
I think I
streak.
might honestly just like pass out for a few hours after this anyway. I'll give last last time I gave season one like a 7. I'll drop it to a 6.5 the more I think about it, but I still think it's good. This one though, I'll give like a 7.5. Enjoyed it a lot more.
Yeah, for me, that's a 7 out of 10. For me, that's average. There's a lot of good, there's also a lot of bad. Like, man, Chloe and Lana, I truly hate these two. Like, really, I hate that.
I mean, I don't like them, but I don't think they drag down the show as much as you think.
Um, I do like how Clark just leaves Smallville at the end, because he's not ready to become Superman, and people rush him into it, and he's like, "No, I'm out. I'm leaving."
Yeah, no, I'm glad to see that being depicted. I think that's a very important step in his arc and his story that a lot of like 99% of people doing Superman don't cover.
Yeah, that was great. That was a very important moment for him to just
Yeah,
run
and
away.
that's why it's kind of one of my favorite episodes.
I really like Exodus. I remember having other issues here and there. That's why it's not that high. But the cliffhanger is probably one of the best cliffhanger in the entire show. I like it. Yeah. Um. So now the very small talk about Black Mirror. because I don't have much to say. Um,
Yeah, I mean, if you want, we could just wait. You can just cover the whole season next week.
no, I
instead
just
of
have
just one
seen
episode.
the first episode like today, so since it's fresh in my mind,
Okay, well,
let's
yeah.
cover the first episode.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's not the strongest in that season. Like what I'll say is, in yeah, right. It's a season 3. In that season, I do think that in season 4 are like two of the best, are the two best. Not to say like every episode though was amazing or anything, and this is one of them that isn't. But the weakest ones I still think are good, and that there's no like average ones or anything like the Waldo movement or the ones later on like in season 5 and such. And I think that the best ones in these seasons are like some of the best in its history. Um, and yeah, there's the Christmas special thingy, which was amazing. There's the episode 6 was amazing. Episode 4 I thought was amazing. Episode 3 I thought was amazing, and the rest I think are not nothing too special. Especially episode 5, which was just predictable from start to finish and just but still good. Same thing with kind of play test, which the second episode play test is actually by the guy who did the Prey movie, and also 10 Cloverfield Lane, which we'll watch eventually when we do the Cloverfield films, I guess. But yeah. So the one you saw though was Nosedive, so that was that's after the Christmas one and before the playtest one, and yeah, that's about like the ratings, things, and stuff like that. And yeah, I've aged well. Yeah, and it's pretty accurate. It's pretty raw. It doesn't. It's not unrealistic, in my opinion, and it actually, I think it does a great job with it overall. I don't think the episode is like amazing or anything. I do think the acting with some people could have been a bit better, but still, I think this is a really good episode. Not one of their strongest. So, in this season, I think it's better than playtest. I think it's better than the other ones that I just consider good as well or solid, like Men Against Fire and playtest. But I don't think it's better than the others. I think it right below there at like the third weakest. Well, I don't really want to say weakest because I don't think it's weak, but But yeah, really good still. And yeah, Bryce Dallas Howard, as the lead. Which you'll see her. She directs some episodes in The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett coming up later on, which people think are some of the best ones are the ones she directed. Also, my neighbors are yelling, "God damn it!" But anyway, what did you think?
I enjoyed it. I think people uploading their lives is accurate. People being fake and being superficial is accurate. The main character defending someone only because said someone looks good is also very, very accurate. Main character cringe speech was eye rolling, but for good reasons. um, I only had a few issues though. Plot convenience, the flight being cancelled is the reason why everything goes down to shit. Plot convenience, someone going at the same place as the main character is found in the bathroom. I also thought the pacing wasn't that great. An hour for this story, I feel like you could have told the same story with the same beats in like 45-ish minutes, maybe even 50.
Yeah, well, I don't know how long each episode in the season is, but yeah, they do get longer throughout the seasons, I believe. I think like season 2 has some of the shorter ones, but yeah, like I think Shut Up and Dance and Hated in the Nation is about like over an hour long as well, and then I think like San Junipero, which won a bunch of awards, I believe, is about like almost like an hour and a half. Honestly, I think. Like,
On an hour and a half.
sorry, an hour and 1 minute only, as I guess.
Oh,
My
okay.
bad. But yeah,
I
still,
was scared. I was like, at that point, make a movie instead.
still, yeah, I'm pretty sure like old episodes kind of in this season, besides the odd ones, are Actually, yeah, even ones like playtest, yeah, they're all pretty much like an hour long or old. Oh yeah, the last one, Hated in the Nation, is an hour and a half.
Oh my, okay. So
Yeah,
are you
yeah, they're
saying
all
the
pretty
rest
much
of
like an
the
hour.
show is that long?
Yeah, but they're only like short episodes, but still.
Here's the thing. I think I won't have time. I
I
mean,
mean, if you what we could do is we could do like half of seasons each
yeah,
week.
yeah, that would work much better for me because if that would be like 40-minute ish, I would be like, okay, I'm down for it. But
Okay.
if
Oh,
every episode is an hour long, forget it. So after
yeah.
season, that
Yeah,
that
I'll
that
listen.
could
I'll
work.
leave how the schedule is in your DMs like right
Yeah,
now, and we'll see how it goes. Just to see how many you do by the end of the week. But yeah, just if you don't have enough time, then just do half of it, which would be the Christmas special. Then he's like episode 0 or 4 of season 2, then episode 2, and then episode 3, and then you already saw episode 1, and then
yeah,
the week after. Then if you don't have enough time for the others, then the next week would be episode 4, episode 5, and episode 6
yeah.
of it, and then we'll
Because
continue like that if you can't do them all in time.
I made my peace with Supergirl, I kind of realized I would never have the time to watch the entire thing. But at least I remember quite well Supergirl. But yeah, Black Mirror, I enjoy it. But man, that's a lot of things, you know. So half a season works very
I mean,
well.
they are warranted, though. I think like the majority of them, I think, are warranted with the runtime. Like they are pretty creative ideas.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think pacing will always be an issue. In this one, it was, but I think you can get that kind of ideas under 40 minutes most of the time. But maybe they will still make good work with later episodes. I don't
Yeah,
know. It just didn't work for that one for me.
I see. I mean, I
Um,
will say, I think the in the season after this one, I think uh some of the actually, let me see. Yeah, I think the runtime for the episode, I think it's mainly just this season that has so many long ones. Um, because I'm looking at the season 4, and episode 2, 3, 4, 5 are more so in like the 45-minute range, and then it's mainly like the first episode and the last episode that are kind of like an hour and 10 minutes. So it's mainly just like season 3 that has like loads of long ones, I believe.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
So we'll see. If it's an hour long, after season, what works very well. So I like the message. Uh, Tolerance on profanity was so accurate. I think pretty much everything they depict is so accurate. Um, the girl with poor reputation helping out another side. Um, the old lady was very interesting. I liked her. The message about how you act to others was amazing. The reveal of why the main character is kicked out. Uh, Lacey still going was hilarious. The crowd reaction to the main character's speech was funny. The main character breaking point. I also feel like the insult contest in jail was pointless. It's like, okay, whatever. Anyway, that sum up my thoughts. I thought that was one of the weakest episode so far of the show. I still enjoyed it, but that's probably the weakest. For me, that's a 9 out of 10. What about you?
Uh, yeah, it's about like an 8.5 for me. And yeah, I'll say the episode after that, though, episode 2, probably weaker. But yeah, it does have an interesting premise. I just don't think it does too effective of a job with it outside of some moments. Like, I think it's very good overall still. But yeah, I mean, you'll see. But anyway, so yeah, again, watch as many of them as you can. But
Yeah,
if you can't, then just do those 3, I guess, 0, 2, and 3.
yeah. Man, I think that's our longest stream ever.
Well, of course, yes. The longest we've been before this was like 4 hours and 10 minutes.
I think no, there was one with Showmonger that went on long, 4 hour and a half easily,
Oh
maybe
yeah,
5 hours.
around that too, I guess. But yeah, I mean, there's never been
I'm
one that's
curious
been
to
five.
see. I'm curious to see. I will look into it after that.
I
I'll
mean,
get
there's
back
never
to you.
been one that's 5 hours until this one. So
Really?
yeah,
Okay. Well, I had a blast nonetheless. Thank
yeah.
you so much. As I keep saying, you make the show better. DC make the show better. Thank you very much for your dedication.
hmm
I'm glad I can count on you, man. That's what I consider true friendship. Even if we never really met in person, be advised that if you ever go in Canada, you have a roof, man. You're welcome at my place. Uh,
thanks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I consider you a real friend too. So yeah,
Man, thank you. We'll talk later, and everyone, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And Cole, have a good one and take care.
yep, you too.